We're going to talk about that, Montgomery. That's one of our topics for today. There's spirits inside of your body. There's things inside your mind. There's good ones, there's bad ones, there's neutral ones, and they're doing all kinds of things to you and inside of you. If you still dream like a normal person, then you have basically brain parasites, mental parasites of wrong view. And spirits, all kind of spirits. Spirits that can only exist because of wrong view. I'm in the process of cleaning those psychic parasites out of my mind, my brain. This is also a natural process. So you're trying to burn them out. You make more. Some of them are hot, basically reptilian bacteria, and the heat is what they thrive on, some of these parasites. You're not going to be able to burn it out in that traditional way. The right meditation, not doing anything intentionally. There are parasites, there are voices in your head. If you try to meditate, you will become schizophrenic. You will hear voices in your head. Meditation is just looking at your mind. Don't ask somebody else why they aren't looking at their mind. You look at your mind. See what's there. There are parasites and egg sacs of entities, of beings in your brain. Try not thinking about it. Yes, in the brain. There are insects in the brain. Mental insects. You should relax the whole body and mind. Don't breathe intentionally. Let the breathing happen, no control. Not having any ownership of the body. The body equal to space. The breathing without control happening in space. Not your body, not my body, not something. Each and every moment be mindful. Let the body and mind dissolve into mindfulness. Just awareness without the extra steps of attaching. To labeling or trying or someone. We don't have to try to meditate. Just be open to not trying. That is meditation. No need to adjust the body. Just let the body let go more in whatever way it is, whatever position it's in. Be more still into that position. Don't believe anything, don't think anything. Let the breath happen to you. Don't be the one that's breathing. Doesn't matter how the breathing happens. Don't take the position of the one that's breathing. Look at the breath with the mind as if it is unknown, as if it is not understood, as if its origin is unsure. At this stage, we should be aware of each and every millisecond, millimeter of these sensations. Should be very refined, very subtle, direct, non-intellectual experience of sensations. Not trying to describe, not trying to understand, not trying to keep, This is the World Cup of no goal. No winning, no losing, no importance given to the differentiating mind. Like being blind, like being unsure, like being in space. Like being space itself, seeing itself. Receiving the answer of the great unknown, the great silence. The great dark, mysterious principle. The ether of unknowing. We can allow the whole body and the whole mind to be subsumed into this energy of unbecoming. The intellectual I, just a bothersome distraction. Just a tension. Just a tendency. So relax the face, relax the whole head, the whole body, the whole mind. Relax. To the max. Okay, guided meditation is over now. Welcome to ask your question or share experience. Okay, so we have here Mr. Asmiel. Can you unmute your microphone?
It's unmuted now. How are
Yeah.
you, Dr. Rob? Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yes, I'm doing well. And
Wonderful. You look so
Seattle,
dapper that I just messaged Shelly on Discord. I said, "What? Did you take him shopping or something? My goodness, what have
not
you done
yet.
to him?"
Not yet. It's taking
Oh,
things
you look
slow.
so,
Yeah.
Mister. You look so handsome. The
Thank you.
earrings, everything is perfect.
Thank
Perfect
you very
outfit.
much.
You're very welcome, sir. Thank you for having
Well,
me on.
I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to know about
Good.
this website. I want to know about the work that's going on to this website. And Seattle is coming to California on the 23rd. So I hope you'll be able to link up with them. I hope you'll be able to go and tell them your
I'll, I'll, tr-
story or
I'll
something.
I'll try like the Dickens. I'll tell you, I'll give some spoilers. Me and Shelly got a plan. We're going to actually surprise you online when it's finished, and I think
Okay,
that'll happen
that's
sometime
better.
this week. But I want to give you some spoilers. So you now own the top level domain monklifesangha.org. I bought it for you as my gift, and so we purchased that and we set up the server. The model that I'm using is the website that you sent me originally, way back when we started talking about this. You sent a message in one of the Discord channels, and you said, "I really, really like this particular site. I think this is a good template for what I'd like to see for mine." And it's really simple. It wasn't complex at all. So I was like, "Cool, no problem at all with that." So we're going to keep that look and feel. And in addition to that, we're going to add a mailing list, which I think is very, very critical for marketing purposes. In fact, in my marketing experience, which is pretty extensive on the internet, a good solid email list is probably the most powerful marketing tool that a small guy like me or you can muster up. I mean, billion-dollar corporations, they got other tools they can deploy. But an email list is a very powerful tool. So we're going to get that up and running for you. And when we drop it on the show, we're going to try to get everybody to sign up. So we want to try to do it live on your stream, present you with the gifts, and of course encourage everybody on that live stream and forever after to sign up for the email list. And so that's the plan. The work progresses. It's progressing slowly. I've had Shelly, I'm sure, has talked to you, hopefully in private, not on the stream, but I've had a run of personal problems up here at the Hermitage
Yeah.
that I'm dealing with. And then just last night, I injured myself. I have no idea how I did this. I did it literally in my sleep, but I pulled my shoulder almost completely out of its socket. Somehow, in my sleep, I did that. And you can see me I'm holding it now. The pain is just absolutely agonizing. I've never felt pain like this, not many times in my life. So I'm actually injured myself and hoping it heals up pretty quickly. But we do intend to get this to you this week for sure. This week, I'm almost done with it now. And but we did purchase the domain name, so I really hope you like it. I put a lot of research into the domain name. I wanted you to keep the same namespace, Monk Life, but I didn't want a lot of things. See, I know a lot of things about marketing. For instance, we have something in internet marketing we call the 5-minute rule. And so a URL should be memorable with no help, no writing it down, should be memorable for 5 minutes after you hear it. Say you hear it on the radio, monklifesangha.org. You know, you'll probably remember that 5 minutes from now. You know what I mean? Anything more complex than that, if you add dashes into it, like monk dash life or something like that, any way that you kind of screw with that, it may seem okay on paper. You may go, okay, well, that's still a pretty decent domain name, but you don't want it to, you want it to be as simple and as memorable as feasible. And so I went with Monk Life Sangha. Unfortunately, a lot of the Monk Life namespace is taken up. So I hope you like that domain name because it's paid for. You own it already. So, but
Hey guys,
hey, hi, hey, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Amariza. Hi,
Anureza,
Amariza.
yeah. How are you, man?
I'm fair to middling, but I'm in a wicked lot of pain. I'm smiling about it because I'm looking at Dr. Rob, and I love him so much. He makes me happy even when I'm in agony. But I've actually injured myself, a
Oh,
ridiculous.
really?
I pulled my shoulder out, almost completely out of its socket, somehow in my sleep. Don't ask me how, but I woke up screaming, and my shoulder, I had to actually pop it back in. And if you've ever done that before, you know the agony it causes afterwards. So, so I'm in some amount of pain, but I'm happy overall. I'm glad to be with Dr. Rob and to share a little bit of teasers of what we've got in store for Dr. Rob. Dr. Rob, you haven't said anything. I hope you're happy with the work when you see it, and I hope you're happy with the domain name.
Well, it's very exciting. It's very
It's
interesting. So,
It's going to be very nice, and I can work on it even on my phone. The server that I'm using has a built-in app for my phone. So, say I'm out and about somewhere, and you message me real quick, man, I got an emergency. I need this link put on the page right away. I can literally just do it on the fly on my phone. So it's a great service. I've been with it for a while. You've seen my website, and it's pretty decent. So I think yours is going to be nice, and I'll do anything you want with it after we've got it set up. Any changes, any additions, we just go from there, and it'll be very easy to maintain afterwards. So I'm really excited about it, and I think that's kind of all I got this week. I mean, everything here at the Hermitage is going relatively smoothly this summer, other than this little, no, not a little injury, a big injury. Like I said, I'm in a lot of pain right now, but and we've had some setbacks. I think Shelley told you about them, personal setbacks. But I'm working through it, and I'm okay. To be honest with you, I watch a lot of you. When I get into personal problems and personal trouble, I find a lot of solace watching your streams. I really feel like I've got Sangha and family here, and this is why I want to put the work in and do everything I can possibly do, including donating this whole entire space that you guys see around me is part of Monk Life Sangha now, as far as I'm concerned. Anybody who's a Dr. Rob student who he verifies that and he says it's okay can come here, and we'll get Dr. Rob on the Zoom, and you can do a meditation retreat with Dr. Rob right here in the United States. I mean, I'm sure it's preferable to go to Vietnam, but if you can't, you can come here, and we'll set you up with a Dr. Rob retreat right here at the Dharma Wheel Hermitage. So I'm excited. I'm excited about the future. I'm like you. I'm really keyed up on this idea of collaboration. And I feel like if you look around, Dr. Rob, at the people that have gathered around you, and you look at the people that we lost along the way, certain lamas come to mind. I won't name any names on the stream, but certain lamas come to mind, right? And if you look at those who went by the wayside and those who we've kept together, it really does. I keep going back to the name of my Discord server, Buddhist Outcasts. That's what we are. I mean, and so, I just heard another stream today, Dr. Rob, about another fallen Lama, Lama Tulstrim. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, out of the Tara Mandala.
I watched a little bit of that. The interview, some woman, right?
Right? With that
Complaining
woman? Oh
about
my
that woman.
God, dude. Oh my God. And you know what? And there's other women. That's the first thing I did to check. I wanted to check to make sure she wasn't just some cuckoo.
Wait, are you homeless?
That woman very well might be a lesbian.
Well, she might be, but there's other complaints. She's
Yeah.
not the first one to complain. And Lama Tulstrom might be a lesbian too, from what I've
That's what I was saying, yeah.
reading in between the lines of that interview, you kind of saw a glimpse of that. But it's just so disheartening, Dr. Rob, especially here in the United States, that all of the Western lamas whether they're Tibetan, if they're white and Western, they're narcissistic pricks, right? And if they're Tibetan or some sort of tradition, then they just fall apart and go crazy. Look at what's his name? I call him Sagi Rinpoche, but Sagyal Rinpoche, right? And I hate to say it because he used to dress a lot like you, right? And they called him Crazy Wisdom. But here's the thing: Crazy Wisdom does not involve criminal charges. And they are leveling criminal charges against everybody that was around Sagyal Rinpoche, Sagi Rinpoche. And, so that whole Shambhala thing in New York is trash too, right? And so it's so disheartening because I never thought anything was wrong with Colorado. And even Savastri Abbey, which is the huge monastery up on the Canadian border in Washington State, right? Even they're tainted because as if Pema Chodron, she was second in command of Shambhala. How can she possibly, and then she resigns going, oh, I didn't know any of this was going on and I'm so disappointed in everybody, so I'm going to resign. And now I mysteriously come up with $10 million to build a monastery out of whole cloth.
That's right.
Beautiful place, by the way. Savastri Abbey is gorgeous, right? But where did the money come from? And that's all you've got to say to the victims of Shambhala, who are, I mean, some of these people committed suicide, Dr. Rob, because of Sagi Rinpoche. And the latest run of indictments that just came out a month ago, this is still going on. This guy's been dead forever, right? And it's still going on. They're still indicting his lieutenants. And guess what? The indictments this time, everybody kept saying, oh, it was all consenting adults. It was all retreatants that he was messing around with, right? Guess what? 5 child abuse indictments, 5 of them, just came out a couple months ago. Right? It's endless. And so all of these big institutions, it turns out, I always thought that, I guess I was naive, Dr. Rob. Maybe in a lot of ways, you're younger than me, but maybe in a lot of ways, you're much more awakened by a lot of things. I think my age
let's hope so.
It's made me very naive in a lot of things because I always assumed that religious corruption, Buddhism would be among the better. Like, you know what I mean? But this just reminds me of the Catholic Church. It just goes on and on and on. It's like every single Lama, and I really believe that the one key point here I want to get across to everybody, we need to lose in the West guru worship. This is where this comes from. No man or woman is worthy of worship, okay? Respect, yes, okay? Even prostrations in front of a good teacher, yes, no problem with that. Veneration, no problem with that, okay? But outright, flat out guru worship does not cross the cultural line. Americans are too susceptible to cult influence, and they want to be led by these people. They join you listen to that girl. The only thing I keep thinking about when I hear these interviews, and this woman's interview today was just one of many I've watched over the years, and I always end up asking the same question. I scream it at the screen. Why didn't you leave? Why did you stay so long? And the reason is because they like it. They want to submit, you know what I mean? They want to be led. And people need to break out of that, man. You need to become your own leader. You need to write your own story. And what I love about our Sangha, Dr. Rob, it's perfect. It's a bunch of people coming together, and we know that none of us is going to abuse the other. We know that we're all on equal footing. We all got our skills, and we're all putting them in the pot, trying to build something really cool, build a really cool Sangha. And to me, that's so much more organic and so much more real and legitimate, so much more legitimate than a Lama with, a lineage that's this long. He pulls out the scroll. Look, I go all the way back 1,200 years, my lineage. That lineage doesn't do a bit of good if you're indicted for child abuse or if you're hitting people with sticks and stuff like that, like Sagi used to do. I mean, it's very disheartening. And I think that Sangha, especially Vajrayana Sangha, but I think all Sangha, it needs to come more from the ground up. This needs to be more grassroots. And that's
Let me tell you something. I want to tell you something now, because I had a situation recently.
I see you. My girl, I love you. Peace. How you doing? Oh, yes. I pulled my shoulder, Shelley. Did she tell you the story? Did you hear the story?
You told me.
Sleep.
But she told me other stories. I was locked in the
sometimes.
bathroom. I was locked in the bathroom. The bathroom closed. Was taking a shower, and the handle didn't work anymore. So I had to break the damn handle off the door, and that's how I was able to extricate myself from the bathroom. I was in there for an hour, locked in the bathroom, and this was just yesterday when we were returning from the temple. But it all worked out. It all worked out
Well,
just
good.
fine.
Good. You guys seem like you're having a really good time there. I really wish I was there, to be honest with you. If there were any way that me and my boys could get to Vietnam, but even if I could possibly get there, I could never get my dogs there. And you know, they're my family, so where they go, I go, and that's unfortunate. But what we're going to try to do is get you and Huang and Shelly over here to America to come stay at the Hermitage and do some content up here after we get your place built. So. Um, and everybody needs to donate and needs to pay attention to this because we need as many of these free open centers of meditation as we can get. The world has way too many Tara Mandalas in it, way too many Shambhala institutes in it, and not enough places like the Dharma Wheel Hermitage and the place that Dr. Rob is going to build real soon here. There's not enough places like that where people of just common spirit, good spirit can go and struggle with their own little things and their own spirituality and get some guidance and get some compassionate uplifting of themselves. And there's nowhere to really do that where you're not going to either be screwed out of your money or punked by some abusive monk who thinks that he's the salvation of the world. I think we need to, if we want institutions we can trust, we need to build those institutions, and we need to become them. And I think what Dr. Rob, that's why I have from the very beginning supported what Dr. Rob is doing and want to be a part of it. I'm willing to throw everything I have into the mix to become a part of it because I think that people like me, to be honest with you, this is personal. People like me need somewhere to go. I mean, I don't fit in anywhere. I've been thrown out of more sanghas now in the last year than I can count. I got lamas who hate my guts, right? So I'm not doing very good in that area, right? So people like me, the Buddhist outcasts, we need a home. And I think what Dr. Rob has done is opened his arms and his heart and given us that chance. And for that reason, he'll always be precious to me, Dr. Rob will. And I hope everybody else out there feels the same. And if you don't, you're not listening carefully enough. You're not watching carefully enough what's really going on here. I don't know. In my injured state, that's my pithy wisdom for the show.
Well, I think it's very worthwhile. It's very valuable.
Well, you make me feel valuable, Dr. Rob, and that's why I like it here. That's why I like it with you. I didn't feel value. I got involved with all kind of muckety-muck, monks and lamas and everything, thinking that was going to be my route.
These people
right?
are sick. These are sick people, and they need to be strung up. If you ask me, I think black people are the last of our worries these days. It's really people like that need to be strung up and tortured out.
Well, to do things of horror like that, to do horror and abuse of that nature,
That's right.
in the name of religion of all things. I mean, it's one thing if it's your Boy Scout leader who does it. It's a whole different ballpark, though, if it's your priest
That's right.
who literally stands there, between you and God, right? He's literally, you're born and raised, like as a Catholic, for instance. My dad was, he's 85 years old. My dad was. Can you believe this? 85, my dad. He's still alive. And he just got a settlement. And he had to settle for $40,000. He was raped by a priest for 3 years. As
Your
a
father.
kid, as an altar boy, yes.
Wow.
Okay? And he was only like 11 when it started, right? And he's 85 and he just got the fucking settlement. And he got like $40,000 fucking dollars. He had to take whatever he could because he wasn't going to get anything. He was going to die.
He's a Catholic. He's a Catholic priest.
Yeah.
Well, they
Yeah.
must have been, it must have been just a big part of their culture there for whatever reason. I don't know
And this
why
is
you'd pick
why
something like that
abuse
up.
is so insidious too, because that happened then is, of course, my dad became the abuser because that's the nature of abuse, right?
Yeah,
Is that the tendency without intervention, without some sort of extraordinary intervention, the tendency is for the dominoes to keep falling.
that's right.
That's one of the reasons why I chose very early on in my life to become a seeker, um, and to not marry, to not have children, um, and to accept instead I have my love for my dogs, and even then I've messed up. I've messed up with them, right? And I felt bad about that. So I'm glad that I did that, and I think it was the right decision to bring an end to that domino chain because I couldn't trust myself. I couldn't trust that I wouldn't become another one in the line of abusers.
Yeah.
And and what I see in you and what you're doing is the remedy to that. Normal people, regular people, good people pulling together to build something from the ground up, I think is so much more holistic. It's so much more legitimate. And if Buddha could see, if he could be here in the United States and in the world today and could look around and could see the state of everything, and hear what we're saying, he'd agree with us. He'd be here on this mountain with me. He'd be over there in Vietnam hunting for property with you. That's where he'd be. He wouldn't be with the Tara Mandala or the Shambhala people or any like that. He'd be right here with us. He'd be with the people because he didn't come to save the kings. You know what I mean? They could barely get an appointment with him. Okay? He came to save the people. He came to teach the people and show the people the truth. And that's what Buddhism is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be about meditation, loving kindness, and compassion. And it's so
Well,
simple.
I just want to say this. I just want to say this because in the relative terms, you know, I don't know you, right? In the relative terms, in practical terms, you haven't worked for my business. You know, we didn't grow up together. We haven't spent a lot of time together, something like that. But the feeling, the heart, the mind feeling, that's how I know you. You know, we get into different dimensions with the no self, but I wonder if that, you know, that's why I said it, because I wonder if some people can relate to that as well. Because we have these different experiences, these different backgrounds, and it's for many people maybe not going to be able to empathize with what you're talking about there. But there's a sense of knowing, feeling from the heart that's where I find my relationship with you as well. You know, rather
Well,
than in this
I
this
mean, and
kind
thank you
of
so much for those kind
I
words
mean, I don't
too.
know what
And
you're
that just,
capable of, but my heart feels that there's a place for trust here, and there's a place for love here, and peace and bliss, actually, and happiness and joy that's non-exploitative. So
well, that's just it. And we have to build that from the ground up. I'm just so disappointed in the state of, um, I guess maybe I didn't really realize until I tried to start building a place of my own that was genuinely Buddhist and genuinely part of the Sangha. I don't think I realized how desperate the situation was in organized Buddhism here in the West. And now that I'm sort of, I guess, getting more involved in that sort of level of it, it's really coming home to roost that, man, you can't trust hardly any of these people. I mean, the one guy that I can think of in all of America, and you've talked about him a lot too, who I genuinely believe with all my heart and soul is actually 100% enlightened and trustable, is Garshan Rinpoche, right? And look at him though; he's a little old man surrounded by hundreds and
oh
hundreds
yeah.
of people. You're never going to get near him. You're never going to sit with him and have a cup of tea and talk to him. Now, me or you, if somebody comes to Vietnam or comes here to the Hermitage account, they can sit with us. They can have coffee. You know what I mean? They can take a shit in the hole in the ground up on the hillside and be like a regular person, right? See, so I mean, it's just so sad that even the enlightened ones, the ones that are good, are so few and far between, and they're so surrounded by sycophants that you're never going to get a moment alone with, you know, somebody like Garshan Rinpoche. I don't know how you manage to get. I know you get time with, and I hope I pronounce it right. Please, correct me if I don't, Sadhya?
Sayadaw.
The,
Sayadaw.
Say, Sayado.
Yeah,
I'm
Sayadaw.
going to work on that. I got to work on that. I'm going to get a phonetics from Shelley later on. I'll get her to write it down phonetically for me. But I think that's wonderful that you have a teacher who is truly good and humble and approachable. That's super, super rare, I think, in this world, a rare opportunity. I think he's a wonderful man, and I believe I listened to quite a bit of his teachings this afternoon while you were streaming it.
Well, he's a
Um,
powerful living example of what, what we're talking about there, in
Well,
that.
I would hesitate to call anybody in this life an arahat because that term has been thrown around and abused so much, especially in modern day Buddhism. But what I hear, and I've only listened to maybe a couple of few hours total of his teachings, but his demeanor is one of a true arahat. And if he's not an arahat, he's certainly really, really close. He's on the right path. He's getting there. He's far ahead of me on that path. So um, I think he's a wonderful teacher. And you said that he might be interested in having me, and I would be very interested um, in hearing more from him, especially when you. I think one of the things that you sort of assuaged my concerns about was his openness to other schools, because I'm always going to be Vajrayana. I'm never going to be able to get rid of my love for the magic of Tibetan Buddhism. I'm just never going to, the prayer flags, all of it, I love it too much. But if he's accepting of that, I would take this man as my teacher. He's genuine. I just have one request, Shelley or somebody. Can somebody get him and his nuns or whoever it is that does his live streams? Can we come up with some iPhones for them? I mean, why are they streaming in like 300, 300 DPI? You know what I mean? It's like, I think you told me or somebody told me the phones were like from the 80s or 90s that they're using to stream. Let's get them. I mean, we're Westerners, man. We got that kind of money. Let's come up with a collection and get them some nice iPhones to put him online. He deserves the best streams ever, man. You know what I mean? Nice, high quality stuff. I wish I could go there. I would volunteer. I'd say, hey, give me and my dogs a room in the back, man, and I'll do all the live streams for you. But I hope the best for him. Does he ever come to America? That would be a question I have as a Sangha member, Rob. Does he ever come here to the States?
He's coming very soon.
To the United States?
Yeah.
Really?
To California.
Oh, that's right. Wait, I remember that. I remember somebody mentioned, maybe Shelley mentioned it to me. She's giving me the eye over there in the back. Maybe she mentioned that to me in one of the chats in Discord. Oh, wow. Well, how do I see him? Can you fill me in later? Like, can you
Well, you got all
maybe
those
fill the whole
dogs
week?
with you, but you just got to go there. But I think Ellie, maybe I'm gonna give you a number for somebody, but they've got a tentative schedule. So,
Do they know where they're going to be meeting? Where's he going to
well,
be
they're going to
specifically?
Florida, they're going to Texas, and they might go up to Oregon, but they're starting in
Oregon.
California, in Orange County, California,
Really? I
because
can
he's
get
going
to
to do
Orange
a
County?
retreat there.
Oh, wow. I'd love to try to. Do you think they'd let me bring my dogs? I just got nowhere to keep them, so.
You could just show up, that's the best way to
Oh,
do it.
yeah? Really? Really? Okay. I'll get more
But
information
it's
about that.
but it might be just a temple or something, so but
I
that's a
got a
good thing to
tent.
do. Yeah.
As long as I can camp, as long as I sleep in the parking lot of the back lawn or whatever, and they don't mind my dogs. I mean, they're just little dogs. They're not very big.
Yeah.
The big one died, unfortunately. So, hey, speaking of dogs, how's the plan? What's the plan with what do you call them, King Corsos?
Well, we're gonna have to get the property and place first, so it's all slow goings,
I know, I know.
step by step.
I can't wait to see you with a puppy in your arms. It's gonna make me cry.
Hmm.
Um, but anyway, that's all I got today, guys. I mean, I think Dr. Rob's teachings are right on the money. First of all, if you want to learn about meditation, you want to learn about true non-duality and not the laughing gas that's being sold for lots and lots of money. online by the non-dualist teachers. If you want to learn what it's really all about, what it's really about to become detached from your story and become detached from self, then keep listening to Dr. Rob's teachings. I encourage everybody, especially his new viewers, don't get hung up in the drama. This is YouTube. This is content creation, and this is how. This is one tool to build Sangha. It's a tool that I use to build Sangha. It's a tool that Dr. Rob uses to build Sangha. Um, Dr. Rob has his style and his art. Myself, I go play EVE online. I go fly internet spaceships, and that's my release and my way to bring people in. That's maybe a little bit unorthodox, and but I encourage you to keep an open mind, keep coming back, and when you do donate, donate with a good heart. Donate in such a way that the left hand doesn't see what the right hand is doing. Don't look for praise. Don't come running into the channel going, "Hey, Dr. Rob, I just gave you $20." And if you're wondering why you get shit a lot of times for giving $20, and Rob, you know, takes you to task, that's why, because that's not how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to give $200 first of all, and then you're supposed to zip your lip about it. And Rob knows. He knows. He gets the checks. He gets the payment sheets, right? So he knows your name. So he's the only one who needs to know. Um, and then as for the trolls out there, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what hope there is for the trolls, man. We can just only pray and have compassion on them. They have very sad lives. It must be terrible to live in mom's basement and have her yelling at you all the time to clean it up. So I don't know what to say. I love the Shiva cutout too in the background. I love that. Where did you get the suit? Did you get that today?
No, I've had this for some time.
Oh, it's
But
amazing.
Shelley brought this golden tie.
Oh my goodness, it's perfect, and it matches the earrings and the little pocket, whatever they call it, the hanky in the
Yeah.
pocket. It's perfect. You look so dapper, man. You look beautiful. I tell you, you're lucky, Mister. I'm not a gay man.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, well, love you to pieces, man. I love everybody out there who's watching your show, and I got to have you back on my show when I start streaming again real soon. We'll get you back on my show for a good talking to my audience too as well. I've been offline for a bit. I've had some problems up here at the Hermitage,
Yeah.
um, mostly personal related problems, but it's no biggie. I'm working, pushing my way through it. One thing is, guys, I will never give up. I know that a lot of people who know me and know my story know that I suffered a great loss this spring. I suffered a death in my family, my youngest, my baby, and that was as crushing to me as the loss of a child would be to people who have children, because these are my children. This is what I've chosen in my life, to raise dogs, not people. And so I lost a child this spring, and it about devastated me. And in big part it was Rob and Shelley and others in the Sangha who lifted me up, and especially when I really fell into despair, when I fell into really deep despair, and reached out and said, you know what, you're not alone. And it's good to not be alone in this world. It really is. I mean, it's good to have Sangha, and it's good to have family. So I encourage everybody to think on that and think about where you want to put your marbles, where you want to put your bet. Do you want to put it on some fancy institution with lamas that you're never going to spend 10 minutes alone with? Or do you want to build community with real people who you can go have a barbecue with? You know what I mean? And tell off-color jokes and nobody gets mad. You know what I mean? Um, I think you have to decide whether you want to be real and be legitimate, or whether you want to be part of some sort of weird ass funky cult, man. Because it seems to me that's the choices nowadays. I don't see very much institutional trust anywhere in religion, not just Buddhism. So we have to build it ourselves. We have to do this ourselves. And I think Buddha would approve. If he were here, he would approve far more of what Dr. Rob's doing than I won't name any other bunch of lamas around, but he would approve much more of what Dr. Rob is doing and how he's leading the Sangha than these other leaders. So I encourage people to think about that when you look at Dr. Rob. My opinion matters. I'm 61 years old. I'm nobody's fool. I'm highly educated, college educated, thank you very much, and have been a Buddhist now for 17 years, practicing Buddhist. And I learned how to practice in some of the most arduous circumstances. You know, you talk about going to a retreat center. Like in Vietnam, Dr. Rob's going to have a very beautiful, peaceful retreat center. I know that ahead of time, okay, just from where he's hunting for it. And up here at the Hermitage, I got this very beautiful, peaceful, quiet retreat center, right? It's wonderful, right? Okay, I learned how to meditate in fucking prison. Locked in a cage with 40 other men, half of them were murderers. Okay, now just for the record, I was in there for political offenses. Literally, I was in there for protesting, okay? But because they hated me, because of my protest, they threw me in a cage with 40 other dudes for a year at one point, and that's where I learned how to meditate. And when you can meditate in a cage with 40 angry men, who never sleep, by the way, there's never a quiet moment. When you can meditate under those circumstances, I can meditate on a busy street. I can meditate in a bus stop with traffic zipping up and down me. As long as nobody's asking me for anything, that's the thing, I can meditate. And so there's so much more to this than just nice, quiet retreat centers and peace and love. The faith that I have requires me to be able to do this anywhere, to practice compassion in a penitentiary, okay? With your fellow inmates. That's where Buddhism, the rubber hits the road. Okay? So Dr. Rob's got his experience with 8 years being a monk. It's an incredibly invaluable experience. It definitely makes him a trustable and legitimate teacher. But at the same time, there are other experiences in this world, and I carry my own little satchel full of them. And I think I also will eventually have something to teach to people. And when I do that, when I do break out and do finally start, I don't know, maybe formally teaching of some sort, I want to do it in the context of a Sangha. And to be honest with you, I want to do it in the context of this Sangha, because this is what suits me. These are the people that I feel safe and loved by. And so yeah, I mean, meditate everywhere and meditate all the time. And I also tell people, my final advice tonight to everybody out there, don't be so afraid of prayer. It seems like prayer is stripped out of everything in modern Buddhism today. Nobody talks about it. Buddhists pray like crazy. There's nothing wrong with prayer. I pray constantly. I am saying Om Manis all day long. I bet you I've said 200 or 300 of them at least today. And I spun the prayer wheel a couple of times, so that adds a few thousand, extras, so they get extra credit for the spinning the prayer wheel. But I pray all day long, every day. There's nothing wrong about it, nothing anti-modern about it. It's not superstitious. It's real. It's directly injecting your intentions into the universe. That's what Buddhist prayer is about. And I encourage people, because it's brought me a great deal of solace. In the last 3 months, I have faced just numerous incredible tragedies in my life. And here I am. I'm still standing strong with the help of friends and family. And, still trying to be a good man and to be a good Buddhist. And, yeah.
Well, we thank you for your support, and we thank you for your practice, dear Reverend.
Thank you so much for having me on tonight, especially of all nights. I didn't think I was capable of much talking. That hurt so bad. Pray to the medicine Buddha for me when you get off the air later on, man. I need to.
Te down beganze ma beganze ranze samunga de zoa te down beganze ma beganze ranze samunga de zoa te down beganze ma beganze ranze samunga de zoa te down beganze ma beganze Francis Amongadeso.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Rob. Thank you. You always pray for me when I ask, and I so appreciate it. So I'll close with just look forward to later this week when I can finally pull myself together and finish up. We're going to surprise you and your audience with those wonderful cyber gifts we talked about. Going to take it to a new level of organization. I really feel this step will take it to a new level of reality. I'm very, very honored to be a part of this and to be able to do this work for the Sangha, for you, and for our family. I will continue to do it like forever. Well, as long as I live. I mean, I'm not going to live forever. I'll be the first of us to go probably. So it'll be somebody else's responsibility after that. But I'll do it for as long as I can. Very honored to be a part of it all, and very honored to be able to come on your show. And we're going to have you on mine again real soon. I think my viewers really need to hear from you, especially in these times. So thank you guys. And hey, everybody out there, pray for world peace, man. Pray for world peace. Pray that we stop blowing ourselves to pieces. Really. That's my next big thing this summer is I'm going to talk a lot about world peace and not from a political angle, not from right or wrong. Just we need to pray for the killing to stop on all sides, and our world is hurting. So pray for the world. If you've got nobody else to pray for the world, or pray for me. I can always use the prayers. We love you to death. My boys just said hi. They're right here. They're like looking up at you, and they're literally on the ground. You can't see them. David, come here. Come here. You want to come see that? You want to come see Dr. Rob's people? Come here. Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh, this is our little gremlin. My little gremlin. I love all you guys out there. Look at you on Dr. Rob. 20,000 follower channel. You're a YouTube superstar, AP. This is Xavier. Oh, okay. Bye-bye. I love you. Bye-bye. I love you, Dr. Rob. Can't wait till you get King Cole. See Dr. Rob? See Dr. Rob? You like Dr. Rob, huh? Yeah. Yeah? Dr. Rob's a nice man, huh? Oh, thank you. Danny's over here. The guy that's doing that is over here on the screen. He's not down the road. He's my little gremlin. Davey has quite a story to tell, guys. You think you guys have hardship out there. Xavier was raised for the first 3 years of his life by a Mexican family in Guanajuato who were meth addicts. And they beat him mercilessly every single day of his life for the first 3 years of his life. And then when they moved out of the apartment beneath me and Xander, they left him in the parking lot. And the dog that I took in 7 years ago was not the dog you just saw. Trust me, he was wounded in spirit and body. And with a lot of love and a lot of prayer and a lot of compassion, he's now a spectacular little animal. He's the light of our life up here, and he's so fun. And he's so friendly. He was so friendly at the end that we made him a therapy dog. So imagine, this abused dog who didn't like anybody or anything, eventually becoming a dog that could sit down and bring solace to people in some of their darkest hours. And he did. He's actually, he's trained as, invested as a service dog, so as a therapy dog. So there's, quite a story in that. We carry around our own baggage and how much pain we have and all the troubles we have as human beings. But, we never stop to think, well, dogs got it easy, right? Well, you go down to Mexico and tell me dogs got it easy, okay? There's like 5 million stray dogs on the streets of Mexico City. Not exaggerating. They make them into shish kebabs and sell them. That's their plan for getting rid of them, right? And so, life can be very hard and very cruel, man, for everybody, not just us, not just human beings, not just people. And compassion for animals is one way to sneak up on compassion. I tell people that. I always tell people to get a puppy. And I've had friends tell me, you should stop advising people to do that. You don't know enough about them to tell them to get a puppy. Well, get a puppy anyway. You know what I mean? Because I really feel that if you've got something to take care of that's outside of yourself, that's a big part of it. That's a big start. Okay. And then the lessons that dogs will teach you, the unbelievable compassion that they have, the loyalty, the ability to instantly forgive every mistake you make. And then you can make a mistake 5 minutes later and they'll forgive it again and again and again and again, as many mistakes as you make. Who name me a human who does that? Show me some human beings who can teach you that lesson, right? In such a visceral way. Um, my puppy was only on this earth for 6 months, and he taught me more in that 6 months than any Buddhist teacher has taught me in the last 17 years. About compassion, about, um, oh, I'm big now. Hi, everybody. Welcome
Take
to
it
the
away for a
Dharma
little bit. We've got a
Hermitage.
big
That's me
audience
back,
here.
that's it back there.
Take it away for a little bit. We've got a big audience here. We got a lot of people who would do good to hear from your perspective and your
Well,
experience. So
thank
why don't you
you.
introduce yourself a little bit and let people
Okay.
know about your current situation of homelessness to residential retreat center, so called. So please
Right.
give it
Okay.
away.
Sure, I'd be glad to. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Rob. My name is Reverend Christopher Doyen. I am a lay Buddhist minister, and I've been a practicing Buddhist for 17, I think 16 and a half or 17 years, somewhere in that vicinity. Um, I originally took refuge as a solitary with no sangha on a ridge, a mountain ridge in Santa Cruz, California. um, the very first ridge line, actually, as the Santa Cruz Mountains begin to march out of the ocean up into the valley. I lived there for a number of years up on that ridge line, and I took refuge up there by myself. And then 2 years ago, to celebrate my 15th anniversary of being a Buddhist, I took formal refuge with Garshan Rinpoche at the Garshan Institute in Arizona. And I'm currently enrolled in, I want to say, 3 or 4 academic courses. One of them's at Columbia University, where I'm taking classes in the history of Tibetan Buddhism, and I'm taking several other classes as well. So I'm doing sort of, I have a college education. My original college degree was in comparative religion, which actually equipped me very, very well to convert, right? Because basically you study all the religions. So I got to see the menu, right? I mean, by taking a 4 year degree in the world's religions, the religions of the world, I essentially got the menu flipped open, right? And as a Catholic, that was, kind of interesting, and that's kind of what led. I think my academic background led in part to my eventual conversion from Catholicism to Buddhism. Um, a bunch of years ago, I became very disenchanted. I want to say it's like 5 or 6 years ago, as far as the story of this place goes in the Hermitage. I became very disenchanted with the world. Um, I became very disenchanted with money in particular. I was not at all happy with the way I approached money. Um, and I came to realize that that was also a symptom of a much broader problem inside myself. Okay. Um, and that it tied together a whole bunch of things like greed and narcissism and different things like that that I was beginning to wrestle with inside myself as a person. And I had been a seeker for all my life. I spent 10 years following the Grateful Dead, thinking that music was the answer. It wasn't, but it was still a fun and very enlightening 10 years. And I did 400, if you're curious, 400 Grateful Dead shows. So that's quite a number of shows. I have some differing opinions than Dr. Rob has about things like hallucinogens and things of that nature. And that's because of that exposure to the psychedelic culture uh, that was surrounded the Grateful Dead. Um, So anyway, about 5 or 6 years ago, my accumulated life experience began to bring me to a point where I was just becoming completely disenchanted with a number of things in in life, in the world, and money was a big part of it. So I decided to go onto the streets. I took my boys, and I still have the wagon over here behind me. You can see it. Actually, you can see it. It's right there. Oh, this way. Yeah, there you go. See that little wagon right there? I'm trying to point to it. Where is it? My thumb is back. There it is. Anyway, you can see it right there. Okay, behind me by the tent. Okay, so that wagon was my homeless wagon. And we built a big giant kit on top of it. It carried 200 pounds of stuff. It was stacked up, almost 3.5, 4 feet tall, with stuff, and all camping equipment and whatnot. And we lived on the streets of the Bay Area for 4 years, that way. And specifically, what I wanted to do in that project was to address the issue of money. And so I made a very courageous decision that I wasn't going to do anything at all in my life for money. I wasn't going to worry about it. I wasn't going to work for it. I wasn't going to beg people for it, not even begging. We weren't going to do anything. And I had no idea if this was even going to work. But I had a faith that karma would would come to my rescue and would take care of me and my boys. And so we developed a routine. We had a place where we lived. We called it the Holly Tree, and you can see videos on my YouTube channel of us living under the holly tree in our little camp kit. This is all documented on YouTube. You can see this in my early days when we were still out on the streets. And every morning we got up very, very early at the crack of dawn, and we packed up the entire wagon and we pulled it down into a big shopping center that was there right nearby. And that was our little village. That was our home. And like I said, we didn't fly any signs. We didn't beg. We didn't do anything. What we tried to do is concentrate on making people happy. And so sometimes that involved just parking somewhere and letting people talk to the dogs. A lot of people got to know us and actually would come and get therapy from Xavi. They would hold Xavi, my little one, in their arms and get some love and get that warm feeling of holding this little loving body up against you, you know. And so some people would come to us really broken, and I would let the dogs fix them. Um, Other people just like to pet them, and just they were dog lovers, and they just like to stop by. Um, if we had nothing else to do, we would clean, because one of the things I discovered in life that you can do for people if you want to do a gift for them, and you don't have money and you don't have anything else to give, is go clean their house. Have you ever thought about that? Like, you got that aunt who you can't figure out what to get her for Christmas or her birthday, right? And you puzzle over it and you puzzle over it and you end up getting something totally stupid and inappropriate. Why don't you go mow her back lawn or clean up her basement? Or, I bet she'd really love that. And it really brightens when you clean things up. When you clean a space up, it really brightens people's lives and makes them happy. And so one of the things that we spend a lot of time doing is cleaning the parking lots, the various areas of this big giant shopping center. It was huge. It went on for like a mile. It was like, hundreds of stores. Um, and we would, without thinking of any kind of recompense, without asking anybody for anything, except sometimes we would ask merchants to use their broom, like if we didn't have a broom of our own. But other than that, we would just go and we would just clean people's parking lots for them. And
Wait a
what we
minute here,
discovered, what
Reverend.
happened in very short order, was that people began just walking up to me and handing me $100 bills. And I'm not even joking. $20 bills, $10
Wait a
bills.
minute here,
Never,
Reverend. I want to
never,
I want to ask
yeah,
something to you
go
here
ahead.
because I've done a lot of research into the minds of these people, modern people.
Right.
And I think that a lot of people are going to try to put you into a position that maybe you're not actually in. So you're a 60-year-old man. You've been studying and practicing Buddhism for almost 20 years.
Right.
You're a well-traveled man. You're college educated. You're very equipped to do all kinds of different work. So, I mean,
I've even
what
written a few books.
written a few books. I mean, what do we say to these people that, sometimes there's members of our community. They're not they seem to have an issue with anything outside of their paradigm of American capitalism. Some kind of,
Well, this was
they're
completely antithesis
they're
of that. What I was
Christians.
trying to do.
They're
Yeah.
Christians, but
What I
they're
was
not
trying to
actually
do.
Christians. They're deep thinkers, but actually deep thought is irrelevant. And how do we kind of bridge the gap here with people in these different situations where anything that's not, I don't know what it is for them. Maybe it's not somebody who isn't like the manager in an AutoZone, or somebody who doesn't take life seriously, but they do take life seriously, and that's why they're better than you, and or
Well, I think that what I would offer, and it's about all you can offer to folks like that. I mean, first of all, I would just pray that they can try to keep an open mind and hear the rest of the story. And what I would do is offer them the end of the story. And so we lived like that for a number of years. I think about 4 years. Literally never thinking. I went to bed every night broke, and I went to bed every night with a full belly. And every night my dogs went with everything they needed, including top level veterinary care. We didn't worry about any money. We didn't ask any money. We didn't work for any money. Okay. What happened is that people, as I said, began to be very, very generous with us. And and that generosity, at first, we used that generosity to make a better kit, right? Now we can get a nicer tent. Now we can get a nicer little stove to cook my coffee on in the morning. So at first, that largesse was absorbed into just we're living out of a wagon. Why not get a better wagon? I guess is the idea, right? But then eventually it began to become more money than we could ever want living in a wagon, right? And all of the people around me were like the people you were just describing, Dr. Rob, I assume in your chat channel, maybe your audience. Um, they began to be like, well, why don't you rent a place then? Get off the streets if you've got all this money. Get off the streets. I'm like, I didn't want all this money and I want to be on the streets. Buddha said to live on the streets. They're like, who the fuck is Buddha? Right? What are you talking about? You don't want to live on the streets. I was like, yes, I do. It says so in scripture. It says to become homeless, live at the edge of the village in the forest. We did it exactly like Buddha said, right? I was literally living the scripture exactly like he said. And what happened was is the first niggling, the first idea of this began to formulate in my head when I realized that I am getting old. I hit 60 years old, and that was a big milestone for me. And I said, I'm not going to probably be able to last on the streets forever. Okay, and I do have to, have a place to go lay down my bones, so to speak, right? And it grew from there into this idea of building a hermitage, building an actual Buddhist retreat center, an actual hermitage where I could go, first of all, and me and the boys could go, but it would be sacred ground. It would be open to anybody of good faith who wanted to come here, and we would share it the same way that the world had shared its largesse with us. We would share this back with them. And I didn't know if it could be done. I was living out of a wagon, for goodness sakes, and literally just living off what people handed us. So I was like, it was kind of a big ask. But I put up a website about a year ago. Actually, I put my website up, dharmawheelhermitage.org, and I started just putting it out there. I said, look, guys, I got on my YouTube channel. I said, this is what we want to do. We're going to do this. I'm a homeless guy. There's no hope I can pull this off, but I'm going to do it. And I'm going to buy property out of my own means. And you guys helping me out there in the world. And I'm going to make this happen. And it was the biggest shock of my life that it worked. And this is why I encouraged you so strongly when you started heading in that direction a while back with your hermitage, because it worked, right? Here I am. I am on the Dharma Wheel Hermitage. We bought this 2 acre piece, guys, in the Trinity Alps for $5,000. No credit check. I bought it online using an app. Before I even saw the place, I owned it, right? And since then we've been building on it. We have a 40-foot prayer flag tree just up on the hillside, which is a 40-foot diameter prayer flag tree. It's gorgeous. It's the largest structure on the property. We're gonna put next year. We'll put the prayer hall in, and we'll have a tiny little prayer hall up here where people actual shrine and an altar, all proper like, and so yeah, and we just keep pushing forward with that. So my answer to them would be if I'm all wrong about this, then am I just the luckiest dude in the world? And no, I'm not, Rob. I have shitty luck. I pulled my own shoulder out of its socket in my sleep last night. It doesn't get any unluckier than that. Okay. I am a ditz. I'm a klutz. I can't run machinery at all. Okay. I'm worthless for tons of stuff. Right. So if this isn't real, if this kind of manipulating of karma, and I was really playing with it like an alchemist. I really was, especially with the money thing. Like I said, it was very important for me to try to figure out how I could free myself from money. And 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 it worked. It worked. Not only did I have a great and happy life on the streets, I really was. I was very, very contented living out there. But and I'm just as content up here. I mean, not much has changed really. The work is just different for being up here. But I would ask them to the people who are naysayers who are questioning, it worked. Okay. It worked. It took a lot of faith. It took a lot of struggle. I had to stick to my guns at times when I didn't think I could. Okay. But it worked. Um, and so, yes, you can chase money and you can chase all of the things that money can buy, and you can spend your whole life working some stupid 9 to 5 jobs just so that you can die miserable and you're in not even reach your old age, right? Um, or you can make a sea change, and you can do this at any time in your life. I was 55 years old before I started this last, what I hope is the last adventure of my life. And so I would just say to them, that in my case and in many, many other cases that I know of, it has worked. I have gotten what I asked for. I am free. I may be broke as shit all the time, but I've got a beautiful place to live and a beautiful place to pray and a beautiful place to give to the world. And I have the opportunity to keep giving to the world without engaging in the whole money hustle rat race. And I guess the biggest lesson that I have to teach of all this is that um, you can find the answers, but it's not just going to be in meditation. It's a whole package deal. Buddhism is just not just meditation. That's an important first step, to sit still with yourself, to be mindful. That's an important, absolutely vital first step. But there's so much more to that, this and that. And renunciation is a huge part of it. Everywhere you read in Buddhist scripture, Buddha talks about how you need to renounce. You need to renounce. You need to get simpler. Even the lay people who he knew they couldn't give up everything because they got to take care of themselves. But he told them, live the simplest life possible. You know what I mean? And when you go into real Buddhist houses, lay Buddhist houses, that's what you see. That you see, there's not all these knickknacks and decorations and belongings piled to the ceiling like you see in the average American home. Okay, when you go into a Buddhist home, it's very austere. It's very simple. I mean, I'm looking in Dr. Rob's house. I don't see, you know, piles of stuff up to the ceiling like we have in America here. It's a very nice, utilitarian, simple, beautiful home. Um, I say this in my book when I do a whole chapter on renunciation. Take it slow, take it one step at a time. Start with the stuff you know is bad: cigarettes, beer, all of that kind of crap, alcohol. Renounce that first, and then hit the harder stuff, hit the big stuff. But you can always pare down, you can always get simpler. The goal of Buddhism is the exact opposite of the Americana capitalistic goal that you described, Dr. Rob. It's the exact opposite of that. And that's what you have to accept. You either have to accept that we're right or you're right, and you're going to die with clogged arteries and $1 million, and I'm going to die happy and peaceful and pretty certain that I understand what happened and where I'm going. So I guess you have to decide in life what's more valuable, that fancy pool table in the basement or enlightenment. And at some point, you got to make everybody's got to make that choice, or it's going to be made for you. You're going to die unenlightened and unwise and have a poor death. I think for me, my goal in life on a personal level, spiritual level, is to die well. I just, I'm 61 years old. I'm a realist. Okay, I'm not going to live forever. I mean, I'm not doom and gloom. I'm not going anywhere tomorrow, but I'm not going to live forever, and I want to die well. And that means everything to me at this point. That's really my goal, because how you die is how you're going to be reborn. Um, my death will be a big determining factor in what happens to me next. And so I want to do the best job I can at it. I want to die really well. And that's a funny thing to say. I think a lot of people are terrified of death, right? But you can look at it as something that you got to do. You might as well do it really, really well, right? So that's my story, guys. And sometime soon, I'm going to start teaching. I'm actually going to start doing a Sunday service. So I'm going to kind of put my little toes in there easily, gently. We're just one teaching a week on Sunday. So I encourage anybody, if you think I've got something to say, follow my channel. Hopefully, somebody will shoot a link in the YouTube or whatever. Follow my channel, and I'll be teaching on Rob's channel. I'm sure I'll get an invite to come on again and speak to the people. But I guess I would close with just look at the whole package. It's not just about meditation. If you really, truly want to find answers, to find enlightenment and wisdom, then you need to go outside of that to things like renunciation, prayer, um, being kind and being open and generous. An open and generous person would never make fun of a homeless person. So if you're out there laughing, look at this homeless bum, then that's a big problem for you. That's a big problem for you. That's something you got to solve, right? If you're out there looking at me and saying, that might just be a holy man, well, you probably still got a problem because I'm not. Um, but what I am is the person who's trying to be the best person I can, and this is my path. And so I hope it inspires others to be brave. First of all, be brave. Half measures will avail you halfway, right? If you really want enlightenment, give it all up and go find a mountain, just like this one. Give it all up. Just throw it all away tomorrow. And if you're worried that all your family and everybody's going to yell at you and think you're crazy, well, that's part of it. You don't think there's nobody in my family thinks I'm sane. So it's really about decisions, choices, what kind of person you want to be, where you want to end up, and especially how you want to die. And I think a lot of the people that come sort of transiently through YouTube and talk a lot of shit, I think that for the most part they're not gonna die well. And that's sad. That's too bad, and that's sad. That's on them. But it's really about how you live will determine how you die. And dying is the most important thing you do, second only to being born. And you should be preparing for it right now. I mean, I wish I hadn't waited till
Speaker.
the end of my life. I wish I'd done it when I was Rob's age, to be honest with you, start preparing. I'd be a lot further ahead than I am, but do it. Think about it, or not, or go out there and buy your pool table and drink your beer and continue
Who
to
is
be the
like
prick that you are.
106.
I mean, that's really the choices in life. Life is
Okay.
about
And
choices,
he
right?
has like
What do you want to be?
80
Do you want
years
to
of
be the
Dharma
troll on
age.
YouTube, or do you want to
So
be
in
the content
Buddhism,
providers
if
like
you
us
have more than
who
40 years of Dharma
everybody's
age, you
trolling?
are
And I think I'd rather be in my position than
you are
than
a
theirs. So
superstar. You have
love you
50
guys. Give
years, you
generously
are
to the
God.
Sangha, guys. It brings a lot
This
of
guy
merit.
has 80
Okay.
years, 90
And
years of Dharma
love you to
age.
pieces. She got
Okay.
Shiva right in
So
my face too.
so he would be invited
That
to
slid
these
him over
temples
there.
and he would speak Dharma, and
I
then
want to
people
hear
would come
from
in front of
Prem.
him and
I'm
they
interested.
bow
I'm
to him and they
curious.
give
Who
money.
who is this Prem? Let's unmute him and mute me. I've been talking a long time. Prem, you're on, buddy. Unmute.
Namaskars, how you guys doing? Appreciate you sharing.
No problem, Prem. Glad to have you. Glad you're here. So do you have a spirituality that you follow, a spiritual path?
So I follow the path of Advaita Vedanta,
Ah,
but it kind of gives me like the lineage I'm in gives me kind of like a free range of looking at various different lineages and traditions, and Buddhism has always been something that I've kind of looked at. So yeah.
no, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. You seem like a very peaceful man. You have a good demeanor about you.
Mm,
That's good. That's good.
yeah. Hey, Dr. Rob, how was the visit with Sayadaw? Hmm. Oh my lord, I just saw what you did with the camera. It's too funny. So it's pretty close to you? Nice.
Yeah, it's
Hmm.
nearby. It's nearby.
I was thinking about the live stream that we were watching with the Chan Master the other day, and he had spoken about how it's easier for women to live spiritual lives. And then when I saw the live stream yesterday of you with Sayadaw, I noticed that so many disciples are women. I found it really interesting.
Oh, it's maybe 90%.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Maybe 90% of the people that come and join the meditation retreats or come to meet the meditation masters are women.
Hmm.
80 to 90%.
So I've heard a lot about chanting the name of the Buddha, and I was curious if you've practiced that and what that looks like the particular, like if you were to chant the name of the Buddha. So I chant in my personal practice all kinds of names of God and various different Buddhist chants, but particularly chanting the name of the Buddha as the master discusses it, the Master. I was curious what that looks like. Is it just reciting like literally Buddha over and over again, or how does that look?
Well, there's four elements and they're all interconnected. So the first is simply concentration. That is, you're concentrating on one thing. So that's good. The second is the relationship with the group and with the teacher. So you're all chanting together. The third is the material meaning of that Buddha. So, or Bodhisattva, the Bodhisattva of compassion, or the Bodhisattva of the Pure Land, and the meaning of that. So, how you think about it. And then the fourth is the metaphysical, secret termas, secret 5D holospheric reality, and all kinds of things like that, right? So it has a lot of good elements and aspects to it. That's for sure. Yeah.
Hmm.
But the most important thing is the most practical, and that is simply being together with community and practicing together, and the
Hmm.
value that that brings, the practical value that that brings for anybody. You know, it's quite comical actually how people hold on to a position of authority over things that they haven't really looked into or researched or investigated. So it's okay that we don't know about some things, and if you just want to be aggressive, you don't need to know about something to be aggressive to it. You can just be aggressive. So it's kind of like aggression with extra steps. When we we try to minimize or put into a box this topic or this group or this person or this place or this situation, so that we have a justified reason to be aggressive against it. And it's unnecessary. If all you want to do is be aggressive, then just do that. I don't recommend you do that, but if that's what you're going to be doing, then just do that. But kind of pretending that we know about things that we don't know about, it's really nonsensical. And it's okay that we don't know about different things. There's nothing to laugh about. There's nothing silly or confused about that. It's very, very clear. It's like for most Americans, they don't know about Buddhism. So it's like our ego is constantly looking for something to just laugh or to keep reifying itself, to keep putting importance onto itself, like localizing, to keep localizing itself, right? But the fact of the matter is that when you're exposed to something, when you're around something that you don't know about, for whatever reason you're interested to be there and be around that, you have to become delocalized, according to your interest. And if you're not interested in it, you can just go. You can go on to the next thing. But that unwillingness to be delocalized is also, we can't learn anymore in that way. We can't learn more about what we're curious about or what we're interested in or what we're spending time with. If I'm interested in something, I want to know more about. I mean, sometimes it's just entertainment, but there's also things that I'm interested in. And usually I don't watch anything live that's just entertainment. Usually for me, I go to live things, live streams, live happenings, because there's an opportunity for me to learn or grow, or there's something deeper for me to connect with there. In terms of entertainment, I want to watch a well-produced documentary or, something that's interesting and funny. I watched a little bit of Beverly Hills Ninja last night before Hung fell asleep. So she really likes that. Hung loves that kind of comedy, the Chris Farley's physical comedy. So we were watching that and just turned it off and went to sleep. But in this as a live stream, there's a lot of elements, like I was talking about those 4 elements before, to connect very deeply, to learn something very deeply. And like what Reverend Chris was saying, is that right? Is your name Chris, Reverend? It is, right?
Yes, I'm Reverend Christopher. My full name is Reverend Christopher Doyen.
Reverend Christopher Doyen, who's joining us in the Zoom. You're not just going to be able to go around and
Reverend Chris, though.
Yeah, these people who, I don't know whether they're fat or they're skinny or they're brown or they're yellow or they're wearing these clothes or those clothes, that are these monks that you would listen to or something like that, right? I am interested in highbrow things. Well, you're never going to be around those people. You've got more chance to be around those people. Well, you've got less chance to be around those people than you have chance to have somebody hit you over the head with a big bar of salami. So this is a valuable opportunity in that way, and there's nothing wrong with having positive and negative elements of ourselves. You know, there's a dark side of the moon. That's something we all have to accept and deal with. But
Oh, I fully agree that the hardest part of my life was coming to the grips in my 50s with the fact that I was a complete shithead and had been for most of my life. And that was not an easy thing to grasp at first. But once you realize that pretty much everybody is in the same boat, and then you just turn it around. Then you just make the determination you no longer want to be a shithead. So it's really yourself, your story is completely in your hands, whether you know it or not. Um, I often like to think of dependent origination. There's so many ways of describing it, but it's such a key important aspect. But one way to sort of come at it is to think of dependent origination as a really good story that wrote itself. The author of the story is the story itself. And that's dependent origination. And I hear what Dr. Rob is saying a lot about don't become attached to the story, but you still need to understand that that's what's going on. You still need to understand the picture. And you write your story, not any cult leader, not any lamas, not any bishops. You write your own story, and you have to walk that walk all by yourself. Nobody can make those decisions. Look around you. Look in the mirror. Look at what you just typed just now into chat in a YouTube channel. What did you just write? Do you really want to be that person? Look at that, and do you really, really want to be that person? And if you don't, if you do, well then fine. There's plenty of very shitheads who are perfectly comfortable in their own skin. Okay, and if that's the way you want to go, then fine. Power to you. It's a free world. But if you want to change, there are only so many ways to do that. If you want to make fundamental changes to your life, to your character, to your personality, to the way that you relate to suffering, okay, and death, because those are the two biggest questions in my mind, suffering and death. I'm 61 years old. I don't want to suffer and I want to die well. Okay. And someday you're going to be 60 years old and you're going to face those same questions. I would just suggest that maybe facing them now is an okay thing to do. And it's a very courageous thing to do. It takes a lot more courage to know that you're a complete piece of shit and change your life around basically by throwing everything away, throwing all your friends away, everything, because that's what it would take to change that, right? It's much more courageous to do that and take that step than it is to just kick back and accept, well, I guess I'm a piece of shit and I'm just always going to be a piece of shit. So why don't I get on here and act like one? I'll go act like one and behave like one. And so you wrote that story for yourself, you see? And you don't have to. You can be your author and you can change anything about your life that you want to change. You can. You are not at the mercy of the universe. It's the other way around. The universe is at your mercy. Okay? And so just make choices. Make good choices. Make good choices for yourself, but also for your future. Because no matter what religion that you want to look at, and even quantum physics is coming to this. I actually have seen a lot of videos about this. You're not going anywhere for a long time. Yes, eventually all things come to an end. You will come to an end completely at some point. That's impermanence. But nevertheless, you're going to be around for a long fucking time. Okay? And beyond this lifetime, many, many, many lifetimes. So how do you want to deal with that? Where do you want to go with that? This is just one speck. This lifetime is one tiny little speck of if this was a story, okay, if you were a story, this life isn't even a single page. It's not even a single sentence in that story. You're talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of lifetimes that you have lived and that you're about to live. And so the choices you make here aren't just about whether or not you're going to get to say some snappy troll thing in one of the YouTube chats. That's not what this is about. There's so much bigger questions. What that is where you hide your head in the sand. That's what that is. When you decide to accept that you're a piece of shit and just go living your life like some sort of animal out there, that's when you have descended into I'm just going to give up. I'm just going to be what the hell ever. And that's what you're going to spend thousands of lives doing that because of those choices, because that pattern will continue to reverberate. The karma reverberates from lifetime to lifetime. Now, I'm not saying that me or Dr. Rob or any of the people in our Sangha who all have really good karma, I'm not saying that we're necessarily going to have an incredible, perfect life our next life, but we're going to have a better shot at having a decent one than, you know, than people who just want to wreck things. You know what I mean? So I guess really you have to decide. And it's tough to talk to young people about this. It's so hard, right? Because young people just feel like they're immortal. They feel like they're never going to die. Like it's just not even a problem, and they can do whatever they want. But I assure you, you will grow old. You will get sick. You will die. This is not
And
some
when it
great
happens, we're
revelation
going to
from
be
Buddha.
riding on our happiness horses. So I just want to pause for a sec here because we've received a first of its kind donation. Thank you very much to Lampshades 999, who's made a $77.77 donation. So thank you very much for that, Lampshade. They said, "Please pray for my success in battle. Amen." There you go. And we also have a comment from Fax Incognito, who says, "Rob, I found out my mother has cancer and it's throughout her body already, and she is getting weaker and weaker. What is your advice on how to cope with the roller coaster of emotions?"
Prayer and meditation, lots of it, as much of it as you can do. And even if you think it's not working and you think it's not doing anything, just keep doing it. Have faith. I got through one of the worst tragedies in my life, the worst death of my life this spring. I thought I would not survive it, and I did, but I did it by prayer and meditation. That's all I got.
Welcome to the lecture, Louis.
There you go. Can it be okay to be emotional? It's a good question. But really,
Emotions are part of what makes us human. Buddhism is not about becoming a Vulcan, okay? You're not trying to rid yourself of emotion. It's the attachment to emotion. The way that I dealt with my grief just recently this spring was to not run away from it, but to embrace it, to literally hug it to myself, but not to become attached to it to the point where my whole life became defined by that grief, right? So you can experience it. How do I put? So it's like eating a pizza, okay? You can have a slice of pizza, okay? Just don't try to eat the whole thing, especially when there's other people around that are hungry, right? Just take one slice. Moderation in all things. Detachment begins with moderation, and then goes further. So embrace the grief, but be moderate with it. It's good to cry. It's good to feel. It means you're fucking human. It means you're real. You exist. This is a good thing, okay? But the attachment to it, where you're going to let your whole life become ruined by it. You're going to stop going to work, stop going to classes. I'm just going to lay in bed and weep constantly. That's the attachment, okay? So feel the grief, embrace the grief, never run from it, never try to hide from it, but also do not become completely attached to it where it defines who you are, because you are not your feelings, okay? And to a certain degree, meditation and prayer will help you in that path. It will help you to stay detached, but still stay in touch with the grief. And I just prayed for your mom, and I ask everybody who's watching this stream right now to please take 5 seconds out of your life to bow your head in prayer for this fellow's mom. that she will die as peacefully and as pain-free as absolutely possible, and that our brother, or I assume it's a brother or a sister out there, that they will be comforted. I comfort you. I offer you comfort. I offer you my blessing.
Also, for the person who's dealing with their mom having cancer, it'll be good if you can be of service to them in whatever way that you can, because obviously they're going to need you. So the little things are a good practice, you know, like helping cook, helping, depending on the situation, if they get like a port or a food pump, you know, helping out with cleaning those things. And yeah, I guess you have a big opportunity to look at sickness right in the face. So you can take that opportunity and do work with that. You know, as terrible as it seems, it's a good opportunity to look right at the face of what's imminent, right? So yeah.
I think I want to thank that person for sharing, to be honest with you. That takes a lot of courage to share your grief and your troubles like that on YouTube. And I appreciate the opportunity to pray for your mom. I appreciate the opportunity you gave me to once again, you know, be reminded of impermanence and death. So, and I will continue to pray for your mom and for you.
Something that I'm kind of becoming more aware of is that true Dharma is not self-fixated. So you can tell the difference when someone is trying to teach from a place of the self, or when someone is speaking like straight Dharma that's not oriented or like revolving around self. And I guess my question is there really any benefit from like those views which are self-oriented, or are they just continuing to like perpetuate suffering?
I don't know. I feel like Rob should field that one. That might be slightly above my pay grade at this point.
There's no benefit because there's no reality to it.
Yeah.
Emptiness.
Sorry, go ahead.
Emptiness. Yeah, it's just self. It's like saying cold fire. Who's got the cold fire? Who's preparing the cold fire? Nobody is preparing the cold fire. That's the only person who's preparing the cold fire, is nobody. It gets more and more mystical. It gets more and more special. But that specialness is in the irrelevance of all these little games and little tricks and little things that are only there because of cause and effect. They're not there because of someone. So someone is irrelevant always. But it's not about you or me. That's why Reverend was talking about why he can't get close to his favorite senior monk, what's that master's name? Chongpa. That's not Chongpa, but what's that guy's name?
Garchen
Garchen.
Rinpoche. You've
This
actually
peop-
quoted him a bunch of times.
People like him, people like Reverend Chris here, they're never going to get anywhere near Garchen Rinpoche. And the reason for that is that there's an army of devotees, of warriors, of followers that are protecting that empty source, that lovely empty source. And they don't want anybody like you or me or anybody else to get anywhere near that. And so you're going to have to accept that it's about you. It's about your personal journey with freedom. It's because it's not going to work out where they're going to help you out or something like that, because what are they? They can't fight through this horde of people. And actually, I heard something from Seattle. He told me, he said, it's just less and less about you, less and less able to be about you. And that's the power of Sangha, and that's the importance of us moving forward with this collaborative work of building meditation centers, especially here in Vietnam right now, etc., because it's giving us the opportunity for those spaces of the delocalization of our awareness on self. It doesn't mean you have to do anything, but that's more advanced. Then you're more advanced. Then you're living in your Shambhala dream world, right? All those fat Rinpoches, they're having dream world lives. Who knows what they're doing in there? They said they are talking with the old Buddhas, the last 16 Buddhas. But I talked to Hung, she said, well, you have to have a karmic connection to all that anyway. So it's very dynamic. It's a process. It's a long-term process. And a lot of people they're looking for something interesting. They start digging in their asses. Maybe what you need to do is grab hold of a shovel, to volunteer, to do good deeds, to be involved, and that's my joy and that's my karma, let's say, that I have this kind of opportunity to share the Dharma, people find a value, or to do good deeds in this way, and that's practical for me. That takes up my body and my mind and my attention, and it seems to benefit others. So we all have to find a way to do that collaboratively. And that's the advanced skill that, like Thich Nhat Hanh said, he said the next Buddha is going to be a Sangha. It's going to be the Sangha. Well, Sangha is, as its essence, is a capacity for communication and collaboration. And so the deeper that we can collaborate with one another consistently, stably, in practical ways, to do practical things, to benefit others, to create more spaces where I can stay in my room and hopefully go to the dream world. I'm probably never coming back. If I get my ticket to the dream world or the Nibbana world, I'm probably never coming back to this place. And I'm sure many people can relate, but we all have to have that kind of support. And we get that kind of support, like Chris was saying, Reverend Chris was saying, by supporting, by giving without expectation. And so these are the dynamics that we're working on. It's not about taking advantage of anybody, but if we're all sitting around trying to figure out how to make a fire, and Fatso over there knows how to make a fire, but he doesn't want to come over here. Well, we're going to tell him, why don't you come on over here a little bit and help us make this fire and help figure this out. And really our Sangha members, those are the people that we can say that to, because we can't say that to just random people in the world, because we don't know those people. So it wouldn't make a lot of sense to say it to them. But this wisdom element, this empty element, this is just as true as a sword. Okay? It's just as true as, hey, come over here, and then a sword falls out of the sky and pierces our mind with truth. So it's just as real as that, and it doesn't matter how we finagle it or talk about it, the truth is still what it is. And that's what we take refuge in as well as a sangha and as a community of practice. But it seems to be ridiculous or unreal for a lot of people because they don't have that practical experience. So it would be ridiculous. It would be unreal. It would be nonsense. You know what I mean? Because you don't have much practical experience with that. And it's not necessarily something you have to do. Like the Buddha said, for monks, this is the rules for when you become a monk. If you become the monk, you have to stay with one teacher for 5 years. Basically one temple for 5 years. And then you can ask to be independent. But if you can just meditate happily in the forest, you don't have to do nothing. Just go do that. That's in the laws and rules and regulations for the monks. You know, there's always a lot of wiggle room.
Become a yogi on a mountain.
You become a yogi on a mountain that
I've
follows
had people
Dr.
literally
Rob and gives the lectures to our Sangha here.
I would never flatter myself by saying that about myself, but I've had numerous people tell me that, including Venerable Tarpa over at SBT Online when we did the interview with him. He's like, well, he goes, maybe you won't be, because I told him about my struggle about to get the robes, to become a monk. And he's like, well, maybe you're not going to get him. He goes, maybe you're just going to be a yogi on a mountain. He goes, there's nothing wrong with that. Exactly. I agree. Don't know if you noticed, guys, lately, but I kind of got the yogi hair going on now. Almost dreads. Should I go with it or should I shave again and go bald, go to monk look again? I kind of like
it grow, dude. Let it ride. Yeah, get the dreads. That'll be cool.
That's what I think. I don't know. I think I'm going with the dread, with the yogi look. I mean, all the great yogis had dreads, right? I mean, and all they did for them is just not cut their hair, right? So, boom, there you go.
What are the updates? What are the updates with the Chainsaw Lama? Or are you the Chainsaw Lama? What's going on with him?
You really want to talk about this? We'll talk about it. The update is there is not much of an update. He's doing a retreat right now. He's in the middle of a retreat at his gorgeous retreat center that he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars out of his own money to build. And it was, again, he's lost the plot, Dr. Rob.
Really? You think so?
I think so, because there's no poor people that are there's no truly poor people that are ever going to even be able to go to that retreat center. Yeah, I don't have a passport. I can't fly on an airplane. I'm never leaving my own country ever
But this
again.
is the thing, right? It's interesting, right? There's no poor people, there's no wealthy people as well. Because I've talked with him. I talked with him a while back, and what I'm talking about is a spiritual wealth here. And so he was saying, look, all these people, he was saying to me, all these people on the retreat, they're basically hopeless. He was saying it in his way, but he was saying, they're just learning the basics of Buddhism, stuff like that.
Well,
I say that's a wrong thing to do it. We've got to be, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but he needs to be talking to somebody like me.
Well,
bringing me out there.
There's a couple of problems here. For one thing, I think, Dr. Rob, I really feel, and I don't mean to stigmatize people, but we all have our own life experience. And Lama Choga's life experience has been one of complete and absolute privilege. I mean,
sailing boats, sailing on yachts, all these different kinds of things. I do want to pause for 1 second. I want to express gratitude because we've received a donation here. and I want this person to feel supported to continue these donations. But they said they sent a 100 and one, a 11111 donation. So thank you for that. Please go ahead.
I just think that, you know, we all have our karma, right? And even Wamachilga said to me, you know, I said, I don't know why I find Buddhism so easy. So many people have such a difficulty with this belief system. I don't. It fits me like a glove. I love being Buddhist. I have no questions. Well, I have lots of questions, but I have no question in faith, right, about any of it. And he told me one time, Wamachilga told me, well, that must just be your karma. You've got the karma to end up like this. Well, that's fine. Well, he's got a karma too, and his karma has been one of complete and absolute privilege that goes back all the way to his childhood. These were, you know, very wealthy Korean immigrant family. Okay, his college was all paid for. Even his monastic, like one of the things that I think you should genuinely, Dr. Rob, be so proud of, and you should never stop telling people that you were a monk for 7 years. That's an incredible achievement. That's an incredible achievement. He was a monk for 12 years, but guess what? If you look at his personality and why he did it to prove that he could deal with hardship. He had to go force himself to meditate in the snow. That's part of the tradition that they do. They do the, you would remember the name of it. It escapes me right now, but the tantra where they raise their body heat so they go out and meditate in the snow, right? And he's so proud of himself that he did all of that. He meditated out in the snow. I slept in the snow in Toronto for 4 years in Queen's Park. I literally lived outdoors in Toronto for 4 years. I slept in 10 feet of snow, buried alive, and just dig myself out in the morning, okay? I don't need to meditate in the snow to know hardship, okay? I know what it feels like to, you know. And so he had to literally fake like hardship to even get a taste of it. This is a man who has never once in his life fished his meal out of a garbage can. And I'm actually a believer that until you've had to do that, you really don't know what humbleness is, okay? Until you've had to take your dinner out of a city garbage can. Okay, this is a man who never.
Some of the best food you'll ever have is discarded food. Discarded food is some of the best food you ever have.
You know, I just now went into, just now when I walked away, I just went in the cupboard because I got to go into town for groceries tomorrow, and I don't have, you know, I didn't think I had any food. And guess what I found? I found a can of SpaghettiOs with meatballs. Do anybody know what those are? SpaghettiOs with meatballs.
I can smell them.
Anybody, raise your hand if you ever ate a can of SpaghettiOs with meatballs in them. I am so fucking happy right now that that's like steak to me. That's literally like, I found a meal. Before I have to go in tomorrow to get food, I'm going to be able to eat tonight. And I'm just delighted over that. It's literally a treasure. I came out like carrying it like in my hands, like it was like some sort of sacred relic. I was like, oh my God, I got SpaghettiOs. And I didn't realize I had this can laying here in the cupboard. And you see, that is, you know, that's the scale between people like myself and Wamachilga. And my problem with Wamachilga is that when he first approached me, he you know, he heaped praise on me. He put me on his show and talked about, look, here's real renunciation, guys. You know, you guys would never.
Why do you think he did that? I mean, you're just kind of some old guy, you know. He was a monk for all these years. His channel's popping off. So why do you think he saw you in that way?
Here's the thing. There was a slippery slope. At the time, his channel wasn't popping off. When I first started following Wamachilga, he had less followers than when I first started watching you. I think he had like literally 50 subscribers. Wow. And now he's got like 20,000, right? But he had nobody. Nobody cared about what this guy had to say. He was some monk flying around Europe and Iceland and doing crazy stuff and very un-monk-like stuff. And I don't think he had anybody. And so he wanted friends back then. And then what happened, Dr. Rob, is what always happens, man. The whole guru worship thing. It's bad for Tibetan Buddhism. I'm telling you, it's no good. Because he started getting to teach the students, right? Tons and tons of them. And because it's Tibetan Buddhism, right? Not, you know, at least you're kind of safe from it because you're kind of in Theravada Buddhism, right? So hopefully people aren't going to start throwing themselves and worshiping at your feet, right? Like,
well, I pray every day. I pray every day. But it hasn't happened yet.
Right. But you know what I'm saying? And so, and what happened is I think he lost the plot. Along the way, he lost the plot. At first, he understood. He said, yes, we have to have places where poor renounced people can go. Where does somebody like me go, Dr. Rob? This is what I tried to talk to Choger about and explain. Where does somebody like me, a serious, long-time practitioner who has renounced all fucking money and documents and everything, I got no ID even, okay?
Well,
Where
it's
do
a
I go?
sectarianism. It's a sectarianism. So these people
But where do
don't.
I go to retreat?
They
Where do
don't
I go to
care.
have a nice,
They don't
fun
care if you're
retreat?
experienced because you're not a part of their sect, right?
Right.
And so that's the fundamental problem. It's a lack of non-sectarian, open Buddhism. Because if you were a part of their sect, then they would somewhat give you a place to go or support you.
Well,
But
that
not
was
if
the
you
other
were a
part of
woman,
it.
maybe. There's
Well,
a
the
lot of
other
different
part of it-
variables.
I think the other part of it too that Lama Choga began to resent is that I had some serious differences with his teachings. I definitely do not agree with many of his teachings, to be honest with you. I think he's very fundamentalist in his viewpoints. He's got a party line of a lineage of Tibetan Buddhism that he's taught. He doesn't vary from it. That's all fine and good. It just wasn't to my taste, and I think he knew it. But what eventually what happened is he just lost interest in the idea of me, the idea of building something where true renounced Buddhists in North America can go to be with teachers, to be in a beautiful, peaceful spot like this and do that kind of thing. And he thought that he was doing it. He thinks he's doing it up there in British Columbia. Who can even, do you even know where his retreat is? It's literally on an island off the coast of Canada. I mean, who can get there? Besides maybe a few Canadians who live in British Columbia. No, the people who are going to his retreat, and they're there right now, they're on retreat right now, I guarantee you, are trust fund students, upper middle class dilettantes, okay? And they all use Lama Choga as their therapist, not their teacher, their therapist. And this is why Lama Choga comes out of retreats all stressed and frazzled, his hair all looking funny and everything, and wild-eyed. Every retreat he's ever done, he's gone on YouTube and talked about, oh, it was really hard. Well, it's hard because a teacher is not supposed to be a fucking therapist. If you need a therapist, go get a therapist, okay? That's not what teachers do. You know, none of us are equipped to deal with the mental problems that modern life foists upon the middle class, right? And you've got to deal with that on your own. Everybody to their lane. And I just think that in all, Lama Choga lost the plot. And it became personal, right? Because when we first came here to the Hermitage, he came on to me very strong, Dr. Rob. I wish I had saved the conversation so that I could actually post these and show people. He came on very strong. He's like, we're going to buy the plot of land next to you and give it to you. He wanted, there's one right over here, this beautiful 2 acres right next to me. I want it so bad, right? He said, I'm going to buy that for you. I'm going to get you transportation. We're going to get you a quad, what do you call a four-wheel drive quad thing to drive around, right? And he sent me $2,000. He did send me money, right? And he's like, and I'm going to come there. I'm coming there right away to check it out and see what else we can do to build up on it and get up on it and everything. And then I don't know what happened. We didn't have any words or nothing, but he went to Europe and did a retreat in Germany and never spoke to me again. Never spoke to me again.
Just
Okay?
recently.
Just left. He just dropped. Well, it was Christmas, yeah. It was right around Christmas time, right around the holidays. So about 6 months ago, the final dissolution happened. He went to Europe and just stopped answering my messages, stopped taking my calls. Period. End of discussion. And then he came back to me with, well, I've got my own projects. I can't just be doing all of this for you. Well, first of all, he's a millionaire. Let's be clear about that. Okay?
No, you couldn't be, really?
Yes, he's a millionaire. Okay.
Well, I need to send him an email.
I guarantee you, his mom left him a huge,
oh my God,
huge endowment when she passed, and his dad will also leave him a huge amount of money. And he already had a trust fund.
Their proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, and he's a millionaire, and he knows that I know that, right? And so, and then he comes back and goes, well, I got my own projects to do, and then immediately spends $10,000 on his own project and shows it off on YouTube, you know, all the things he's buying for his retreat center, right out of his own pocket, no big deal, right? And then he's going to lecture me about e-begging. He's like, you're e-begging too much. You're e-beg. Can you believe that? And then 30 minutes later, after he gave me that lecture, he dropped an e-begging campaign of his own to buy blankets for his retreat. Well, you know what? You paid $150,000 for that place out of your own fucking pocket. I believe you could probably buy your own goddamn blankets for people. Why are you criticize me, a real genuine pauper, poor person, Buddhist, trying to do something for e-begging online, and then immediately drop a campaign of your own, and you don't see anything. So finally he went on, well, I'm just going to give a couple $100 a month. I was like, fine, whatever, that's cool. You don't have to give anything. And I got 2 donations, 2 months out of that run, and then he just completely, cut me off. And then he started making videos, Dr. Rob, that were, maybe some of the young people out there might know the term, but it's called subtexting or subposting, where you post something on your stream that only the person who it's for will actually understand it, right? It's like personal posting, but on a public channel, and kind of like in code. So he started putting out videos. Like Rob, he put out this one video called "If You Retreat to a Mountain, You Have to Have a Plan." Well, guess what? I read Venerable Kenpo's treaty on retreating to a mountain. And you know what he said in there? He said, you don't have any plan. You just throw everything you own away and you go to the fucking mountain, which is closer to what I did than what he was suggesting in this video. That he was suggesting that somehow I came up here without a plan. Well, you know what? You're right. I came up here with faith in my heart that I would make this work, that karma would help me make this work, that people would help me make this work, okay? So I didn't have a plan. So he's right about that, but that doesn't mean that he's right that that's what you're supposed to do. When you renounce, there's nothing wrong with just throwing everything away into the streets and walking away. There's nothing wrong with that at all. That's what Buddha encouraged. How many people threw themselves at his feet? The one story you told the other day, weren't you reading the scripture where the guy had to go back and give the cows back? I think you were reading that from that scripture where Buddha said, no, you can't join me until you go give the cows back that belong to the owner, and then you can come and be part of my Sangha. He's just so disingenuous with it, and his perfect press pants and his perfect little life that he never gets, dirty unless he actually wants to. And everything comes to him easy. Everything falls out of the sky. His beautiful, 50-acre hermitage just fell out of the sky for him. I had to claw this place out of the ground with my fingernails, literally. And there's months where I go every single day eating SpaghettiOs, guys, every fucking day, so that I can pay the bills on this place, to have it for the Sangha, to have it for the people, to have it for truly poor, renounced people who don't ever have to worry about money. You don't have to worry about your dogs. You don't even have to worry about your kids. You want to bring your kids here? Bring your fucking kids here. Okay? What other retreat center in California or anywhere in the United States are you going to be able to do that except here and in Vietnam? That's it. There's only 2 places I know of in the whole fucking world. What me and Dr. Rob are collaborating on trying to build is to have places like this where people of good heart, of good spirit, of good practice can come to these places, and it's not about the money. It's not about, Nan, do you know that these places charge $150 a night, some of them on the West Coast, these retreat centers? Land of Medicine Buddha, one of the most gorgeous Vajrayana Buddhist institutions on the West Coast. Land of Medicine Buddha, $100 a night to retreat there, even as a solo. And we wrote to them. I said, I want to do a retreat there, a Dharma bum retreat. We just want to camp in the woods. We'll cook our own food, everything. And like, no, we got a pool, we got a spa, we got beautiful rooms. Well, we don't want any of that. Can you give us a discount? And they're like, nope, $100 a night, just to put a tent out on their fucking lawn, right? And so that's not compassion, guys. That's not, how are people who are doing it the way Buddha taught, which is to give up money, what are they supposed to do? They can't afford these $100 retreats. It's the people that still got the problem that can afford this stuff. The middle class, the trust fund kids who, they're the ones who can afford these places, and they're the ones who can afford his place. Because even though he doesn't charge to get in, it's still a fortune to get up there. Can anybody get to British Columbia without spending a fortune? Raise your hand in chat if you can get to British Columbia. If you can, you're probably already in British Columbia. and all 5 of you that live there, can go to his retreat center. The rest of us in the free world, we can't get there. That's not. We would have to spend hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars if we even could make it happen. That's not the spirit that he came to me with. That's not the spirit that he started collaborating with me with. The spirit was the spirit that we spent all night talking about, Dr. Rob. That was the spirit he reached out to me. I think if I have anything against Lama Choga, it's the duplicity. It's the change of the plot, where all of a sudden that didn't matter to him anymore. None of this mattered to him, and he was able to just walk away from it and me, and that's fine. I didn't, I don't. He doesn't owe me anything, but don't ask for my respect as a teacher, and treat a student the way he treated me. Dr. Rob, he said something to me that you would never say to me or any other person on your channel. As bad, as crazy stuff as you've ever said. You want to hear what he said? And this, I actually have a screenshot of this. I'm not going to get into proving stuff or anything, but I got a screenshot just in case I needed it. I commented on one of his channels about this. I said, he was showing off a video about his new excavator, the backhoe. He bought a little backhoe, right? $5,000
I'd like to get, just want to put in there the wish and the wishing pool, the praying pool. I'd like a Escalade, something like an Escalade.
Yeah, he had an
similarity.
excavator, it was a backhoe or whatever, but he was bragging about it on YouTube. And I wrote a comment. I was like, that according to statistics, 2% of the world's population can afford to buy one of those out of their own pocket? I was like, who are you making this video for? Like, he's like describing all the parts to it, like we're all going to go out and buy one of these things, right? That's how lost he is. And so that's all I said, Dr. Rob. I said, 2% of the population, world's population, according to the numbers, can afford to pull out of their pocket $5,000 and buy one of these things. I was like, who is this video for? He wrote me back and goes, you've been posting everywhere about me, all over the place, and you never contacted me personally. Well, he cut me off, just for the record, okay, so I couldn't, okay? And then he's like, this is what he said, his last sentence to me ever in public, are you even a real Buddhist? Now, who the fuck says that to anybody in the Sangha, dude? Who the fuck talks like that? I'm sorry, but nobody's got a legitimacy to be a teacher and talks to a member of the Sangha that way, okay? And that was really the final line for me. That's when I knew he had an anger problem. He had serious anger issues. He's been through 3 marriages and he's married a 4th time. And that's why he took his robes off, Dr. Rob. Not all the lies that he gave on his stream, because he did a stream just like yours, and I watched them both live. I watched when you disrobed, and I watched when he disrobed on YouTube. And it was a completely different experience both times. When you did it, you were honest. You had tears in your eyes. You told the truth about why you were doing it. When he disrobed on his stream, it was all disingenuous bullshit. He was like, well, I didn't like going into town and feeling all special because I had robes on. It's British Columbia. It's all just, oh, come on. Lama Choga. He loved being special. He loved being a monk and marching around this town in his robes. Come on, man. I'm not buying any of that. It was a woman, and I know her name. And that's why he left. He dropped the robes. So that's fine. I got no problem with that. But admit it. Be honest. Don't come up with all this other bullshit. Well, I couldn't represent the Tibetan Buddhism properly as a solo monk. And, actually, you had millions of dollars in the bank, and that's what you couldn't justify. Okay? And you couldn't justify your girlfriend. And you couldn't justify the money. And so you had to disrobe. Because what kind of monk has millions of fucking dollars? Right? Okay? So this is...
Here.
Right?
Fantastic.
This is,
yes.
And this is typical of, in my mind, a lot of Western lamas. It's a big problem in Tibetan Buddhism here in the West. Lama Choga is not the only one. I mean, the list is growing longer by the days, guys. I could not believe that there was something wrong at Terra Mandala until I saw that video that Dr. Rob and me watched earlier, and to find out that that there's abuse coming from the top there too as well. Is there any institution in America that's not suspect? This is what I'm wondering. And so I feel, and I felt until I met Dr. Rob and became a part of his thing, I really felt desperate. Like there was just no answer. Like I was just going to be a solo practitioner for the rest of my life. like a true hermit, like no Sangha, no nothing, right? And I just, until I realized and got some courage in myself and pulled up myself by my bootstraps, I met other people like Dr. Rob who thought the same way I thought. And now I feel like the antidote, or at least part of the solution to this problem in America, is we need to build our own Sangha our way, okay? Where real people will be welcome, not dilettantes and trust fund college kids and all of these other people who just want to throw money at it and hope that they get spirituality. You know, they all come out of these retreats complaining, Dr. Rob. I don't understand. For me, it would be like a vacation because I wouldn't have to split wood. Okay, I get up every morning, guys, and I split fucking wood for the Hermitage. Okay? People go, would you meditate? Yeah, I meditate in between chores. Okay? I got to do chores. I got to do stuff. I got to keep this place running. And it's a lot of work. All right? So I meditate in between that. A retreat for me would be literally a meditation vacation. I'd have no problems with it. I'd be so stoked. I mean, I'd even maybe give my dogs to a babysitter or something just so I could go and just meditate for hours on end. I would love it. Okay? They all come out traumatized. You see them on YouTube putting a high. I got out of the retreat and right away I started getting angry again and I feel like I got nothing out of it. Oh, man. Stop whining, man, and just, you know, get over it. But so I think my problem with Lama Choga is he just represents this rich, privileged class that is part of really not just the problem in Buddhism, but part of the problem in the world right now is these people who have privilege, who believe that that privilege allows them to judge the rest of us. I mean, seriously, a rich guy who's got millions of dollars lecturing a homeless guy on how to beg. I mean, that's what he was doing. And that's the kind of privilege he had. That's the kind of narcissism that he had, that he thought that that was, you know, an okay thing to do. And I just don't think I don't think that's a Sangha I could never recommend to anybody. If you go into their Discord, it's nothing like in Dr. Rob's Discord or even Shiva's Discord.
Well, they threw me out of there. They threw me out of there because I was a little bit too strong.
Yeah, but you see, I'd rather be too strong than to be. You should see in his Discord, it's all just these. It's all filled with trolls and mixed in with that these super high intellectual Tibetan Buddhists who sit there and tease apart, Rob, these incredibly minuscule little questions in Tibetan Buddhism that, yeah, I suppose it's interesting theology. They've been arguing about stuff like that for, 2,000 years. But I mean, it's a waste of time. It's literally like, it's a waste of time, and it doesn't get you any closer to enlightenment to know these things, to pick these things apart, to figure them out, does not get you anywhere near enlightenment, okay? And, a real Sangha is about compassion, it's about being real, it's about accepting the fact that we're all kind of, in a way, no offense to anybody here or in the chat, but we're all pieces of shit. In the end, that's something we got to accept. Because if we don't accept that, then we can't become better, okay? If we don't accept that we're already shitty, then how can we work towards becoming something better, becoming more enlightened, becoming more compassionate, becoming kinder? And all of us can always become more of all of those things, right? So, but we can't do that until we accept that we're, accept our own fallacies, our own fallibility, our own vulnerability, right? I was vulnerable with Lama Choka, and he took advantage of that, the way so many of these teachers in the West especially do. And that's my beef with him. It's going to continue to be my beef with him. I'm not going to do any big takedown videos or anything, but I am going to warn everybody to stay away from the Insight Sangha. I mean, and the thing is, he comes from Semi Ling in Scotland. That's where he did his training. Sami Ling is rife with abuse accusations. It's going back decades. They've had arrests, okay, of teachers there. And to me, okay, I don't want to judge anybody based on their past. I don't want to hold their past over them. But when you express anger issues, when we see publicly anger issues coming from you, and you've had 3 failed marriages, you have to wonder what's going on there, right? Okay, were all 3 of those women wrong? Or was there something maybe a little bit off with Choga? that he got kicked to the curb 3 times.
What do you
Okay?
think about this, Prem? Do you think there was something off with Choga, or just
I think
generally,
this
what
is
do you
all
think?
nonsense, honestly.
Share a little.
I
Why don't
think
you share a little bit? Why don't you share with everything that you just listened to and experienced? Why don't you share a little bit with the group and to Reverend here and a little bit of a response, a little bit of a dialogue here.
I think, and obviously, like, I just want to, before I say what I'm going to say, I just want to acknowledge that, like, first of all, how you feel is totally valid, and it's only normal that, given the circumstances of how you feel, that this would be what's here. You know what I mean? But ultimately, what I'm feeling in myself and what I'm at least seeing in my own experience, you express is everything from the character, like from basically, it's just you're reinforcing your own view of yourself with this whole situation, so it keeps you stuck. That's how I feel, if I'm being honest. Because the whole point is to get away from self view. So this reinforces
I actually
that's
know that you're right. I'm gonna really pat you on the back, young man, for that. The whole Chogus thing is something I'm struggling with. There is no doubt about it. I'm working with it. One of the things that I find is useful for myself anyway when I get in situations like this of resentment is to force myself, literally at first, then eventually it becomes natural and becomes organic, but force myself at first to pray for that person. And I really feel that Lama Choga had a lot of potential. When we first met, I thought that he was there was a lot of potentiality there. Okay, and as I've said before,
there's
I
like a
lost the
subtleness,
plot.
like, hold on one sec. There's like a subtleness to what everything that you say that's motivated by self view. So it's very subtle, but it's there. Not that it's a problem or anything like that, but it's something that I'm acknowledging at least here,
And
you
I'm
know.
acknowledging it too. It is definitely he's living rent free inside my head right now, and I doubt the reverse
Don't
is
even
true.
worry about it, brother, because your mind is perpetuating the problem. He's not doing anything to you anymore. Now your mind is just like,
No, yeah, exactly,
just
exactly.
go back to your mantra and chant Om Mani Padme Hung and don't even think about it.
Yeah,
That's what I would
yeah.
do.
Well, I actually wasn't thinking about it until Dr. Rob brought it up and like kind of got the snowball going. Maybe I should have just cut it
I
off,
hear you.
nipped it in the
Yeah.
bud right there on the spot.
Yeah.
Um,
But now's
I
the
think
moment to practice, right? So this is the moment to like have
that's
that
it. Of
awareness, like,
course,
okay, hold on a second. Now I'm like, because first of all, I don't like say any of this from like, oh, you're bad or like judging you or anything. But when you slander people, then you reinforce your own self view. So it might not be intentional slandering, and maybe this guy really has done like a lot of negative things, but you're the one who loses in the end because you're
of course,
reinforcing a false view. You know what
of
I
course,
mean?
of
This is
course.
the
And you're
the
right, Prem.
real wisdom of
You're
like
absolutely
not,
right.
yeah, I'm not even trying to be right, but it's just coming from a
No,
place
no,
of
no.
love,
Yeah,
you know?
and it's already acknowledged. I'm already working on the problem. Believe me, I've just gotten considerably better. I was actually really, really pissed when we first had our falling out. So I'm making progress. But again, I think too, having acknowledged that you're right and everything, one of the ways for me though is to not stick my head in the sand. You know what I mean? In a way, it's a lot like what we talked about grief for me, and I think Dr. Rob would be on page with me about this because I've heard him talk about this before. One of the ways, having known that, having understood what you just said, and I did already, but great to hear it again from you. Then I have to just mash my face in it, so to speak. The same with that I did with my grief. I have to. I guess it's like they say you have to reach your bottom before you can begin going back up. And then there's something in alcoholism or drug addiction would talk about reaching the bottom. So I have to, you know what I mean? I have to smash my face into it and get sick of it enough to 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 fix it in myself. And I'm getting there. I mean, this problem is fairly new, but I'm getting there. And I hear you. And you know what, Prem? Everybody out there should know that Prem is right. Um, Slandering people is wrong, and talking like this is wrong. I did a show about it, and that's when he actually came and watched the show where I said all these things, and he was so mad that um he cast me out permanently. Like they banned me from all the channels and all the servers and everything. Um, which I just
This is
like to
just
point out.
subtle
May
practice. That's what it is, you know? It's subtle practice. So it's
Yeah,
obviously we do the meditation, we recite the mantra, but like for example, the yogi could live in his cave for 20 years and then go back into ordinary life and someone flips him off and he freaks out about it. You know, so that all that time in the cave didn't really do very much because he went right back into the world and he was completely affected by the world, you know what I mean? So these moments right here, especially when we're interacting with other, you know, beings together, like other humans particularly, are the most challenging because our self view is directly challenged all the time, you know. So really,
and
like in these engagements, it's this is where real practice can happen. You know, this is the opportunity that we have to put all of that meditation and
you
all of
see, and
that
this is
mantra.
exactly what I was saying about Buddhist outcasts. This is the only place an interaction like me and you are having could ever take place. I mean,
Mm,
are you gonna pay $50 for a Zoom meeting with Pema children and get this kind of interaction? No. You
mhm.
know what I'm saying? Um, and to me, this is beautiful to have. I don't know. I'm guessing a 20-ish something man uh, conversing with a 61-year-old. We have literally probably nothing in common, but to be able to connect on that spiritual level and to be able to understand each other. You know what I mean?
Well,
And to be
I've been
affected by
through a
it,
lot
to
of
be
struggle
positively
too. So
affected by it.
we could both come together and kind of like relate similarly to what Rob said, and basically what you're saying now is meeting each other in that place of love. You know what I mean? That place that you
Exactly.
know is like the
Exactly.
unknowing or whatever. But also we've all like struggled very intensely. I think there's been a lot of struggle here, so I respect your struggle. I also have some understandings of how difficult it is to not have money and to not live very privileged lifestyles. So I respect that, but that gives us like a leverage to have all of that struggle so we can live more of a practical life, and the real humbleness is right here and now, and in our actions and in our thought, and we have to like bring that into the moment, especially.
Prem, I
you
appreciate your words, and I've taken them to heart. It's good teaching, good lesson. Thank you. I'm gonna let Dr. Rob talk for a minute. I
There's
gotta grab a
different
power pack for my
elements.
computer.
There's different elements here. There's different dynamics here because on one side, the the victim is also wrong, right? The victim is also wrong, just as wrong as the abuser, and it's their karma that they were abused. It's cause and effect. Just like it's a person with disability. It's their karma that they have a disability. That's their karmic payback. That's the way that it works. And that's going from the subtlest connection of atoms and molecules bouncing off on each other to, and that's how we work with these principles and practices in Buddhism. But the other thing as well is that the absolute position or the absolute practical position is just as empty as whatever they're doing. So you can't just do it that way either. That's what these non-duality and Advaita Vedanta people kind of get stuck in the pond rather than going to the ocean, because it's not true. What they're saying isn't true, in the sense that it's more true than what that other person is saying. And that's a problem. So the principles and practices, and this is why it's the non-duality trap is so dangerous, because it doesn't give us this access road to depth and subtlety, because we're just thinking about it that way. We think about it that way. But thinking about it that way is just equally as true as someone else thinking about it another way. So that's the important point. It's not the way that you think about it. So that's a deeper meditation, and also then the tradition that has sustained itself, right? And what is your access to that tradition, and what is the robustness of that tradition? so that you can continue. As long as we're punching up, we don't have to worry too much. But if we're punching down, that's when we need to be careful. So our friend here, Reverend Chris, the hermit, the bearded hermit, is punching up. So you don't have to worry too much about that. Right? That's okay. And that's a position that somebody puts themselves in as well. Or it's a position, you know, they're a millionaire, or they're a Dharma teacher, or whatever, so we can punch up all we want. In a certain way. It's like trying to defend Exxon or something like that. But for that, you know, for that lady, just to speak about that, because that's why I didn't watch the interview, Reverend, all the interview. That lady is probably some, you know, she doesn't have much wisdom. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's looking for a paycheck. She's looking for attention.
Well, she definitely went into it naive as hell.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
when you hear the beginning part of the story, even if you just watch the beginning part, I don't know what she expected to find, but I think she was looking for something completely different than what was being offered there to begin with.
Yeah.
In my opinion. And so there's a matter of expectations. I don't know. I think the best spiritual lessons that have ever happened to me have happened by complete accident, not with any kind of a plan in mind at all. You know, I never knew I was going to meet Prem until we sat down here tonight, and you know, he you know, there's not too many people in this world who can legitimately like give me a good solid teaching, and he just did, and that's amazing to me. I mean, to have a 20-year-old man talk to me with wisdom that I immediately go like, wow, okay, yeah, you know, you're right. And this is a kind of a space where that can happen. But these other spaces that we've been talking about, that doesn't happen. These people come out of these retreats traumatized. I mean, look at the twin, what did they call it, Dr. Rob? Have you ever heard of it? The twin movement or whatever they are.
That's a whole other thing. That's a whole other thing.
I just bullshit.
We're gonna be doing research. I mean, I'm not gonna be doing anything, but who knows what's gonna happen? Because I have had some of the informed people reach out, like on my non-duality takedowns, that have said, "Oh, that was something that really needed to be said and is actually correct." And the way that you said it, you know, and it's difficult to respond to these people, because they've got this little position that they take on. But the TWIM thing is difficult to respond to because it's just such a disgusting, organization.
There is a list of people who have gone to the psychiatric hospital directly from a TWIM retreat, directly in ambulances. They are hauling people out of their retreats in ambulances to the psych wards. Okay? That's not just like a little bit of malfeasance, like Lama Choga, you know, maybe like he doesn't really deserve to be teaching. That's outright malpractice. I mean, you're hurting people. You could kill somebody. They could suicide from a psychotic break like what they cause at these TWIM retreats. And yet they're pure Buddhism. They're the real deal. They're Buddhism, right? I mean, that's their take. And I mean, that one guy. We were trying to get you to do a takedown on him. I can't remember his name now. Oh, it begins with a D. But
he's very unpleasant to look at, right?
Yeah, the fat guy with all the zits, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like as if you're going to be
enlightened
ugly. And you're going to be fat and all kind of zits. And he went online and said TWIM had made him an arahant. That he was now an arahat. He announced this.
So we've got another arahat here. That means he's on equal playing field as our local arahat epithet, Shiva Shambho.
Yeah, you know, and the thing is,
two former arahats, Shiva Kailash Shambho and Delson Armstrong. Delson Armstrong, two former arahats.
What a scammer.
Yeah.
What a scammer.
Yeah.
And here's the thing about that. You know, Lama Choga came out with a video. Where are all the arahats? And he spent the entire episode with a Theravada monk, and they were discussing how everything's fake now. Everything's watered down, everything's secularized, and there are no arahats in the world. It's all bad, right? Well, here's the thing, guys. There are plenty of arahats. There are more arahats alive now than there were during Buddhist time, okay? Because there's just more people. There's, 8 billion people on the planet. There are plenty of arahats. They're just not on fucking YouTube, okay? They're never going to be on YouTube. You are never going to see them. Arahats are by nature invisible. You may stumble upon one and find one, and then you're blessed, and then you throw yourself at his feet and say, man, teach me, please, okay? But I'm not saying but they're invisible to our hyped up society where it's all about, well, if he wasn't on YouTube, he must not be an arahat, right? Because all the arahats are on YouTube teaching now, right? Man, no, okay? There's plenty of magic in the world. There's plenty of arahats in the world. There's nothing wrong with the world. This is one of the doom and gloom teachings that I am against Wamachoga and people that teach. He teaches all doom and gloom. The prophecies of Mahayana say this is the end. The world is ending. It's all falling apart. It's all in dissolution. No, it's not. The world is no worse off than it was during the time of Genghis Khan or during the time of the Black Plague. Those were all way worse worldwide catastrophes than what we're facing now in our world. We have indoor plumbing. You took a shower this morning, Dr. Rob.
I was locked. I was trapped. I told you about that story where I was trapped and we were leaving the temple, and they couldn't. The rain came, and I was on the bike, and Hung and Shelly were taking a grab car, and so they were delayed by an hour or more, and I was locked. I was trapped inside this very small bathroom, and I had to rip the door off the handle to get out, to escape. I was trapped in there for at least an hour. I was waiting for somebody to show up. I was waiting for them to arrive, and they did not. And I had to escape. I mean, think about the carbon monoxide buildup. The door handle just didn't work. And I had to rip it off to escape that bathroom. So that's what I did. I did what I had to do to escape, and I'm not going to apologize for any of that. So,
as well, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
In fact, who designed that bathroom in the first place, man? They should be fired, man.
Well, there's a lot of elements like that, but that we're working on all those kinds of things, and I completely agree, and I couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, I love you all to death.
There's a lot of people behind the scenes here that are starting to look at things in a new way and take a new approach. So,
well, and me included, I can always learn and become better, and that's why somebody like Prem talking to me, or anybody else in the world, never gives me pause. And you see how Prem, to my credit, how I took that straight on the chin, because you were right. And I think I think the biggest thing you can do to increase your wisdom is to admit and to truly acknowledge how little you actually know. And then at that moment, you are probably closer to wisdom than you've ever been. But none of us.
Yeah, and that wasn't a criticism either. That had nothing to do with
it wasn't
like
taken in any negative way. It was taken with love. Trust me, with full love. In fact, your demeanor is one of pure love, and I should give you all the kudos and credit for that. You're clearly a good man, and I don't know any details about your life, but I know that here in this moment, I feel that you are a good man, and so stick with it. Whatever you're doing is working. You know what I mean? And just always be able to acknowledge that you can do better. We can all do better. God, that suit is so friggin' beautiful, Dr. Rob. You make me wish I was gay. I'm serious. My good God. Good golly, Miss Molly, you look like $1 million, dude. If I never see face paint in the wigs again, I'm telling you, you can wear this every day. I'll be happy. What do we got going on here? The hookah. Oh, does that mean I can go roll a cigarette? Now that I've gotten thrown out of the Insight Sangha, where smoking wasn't allowed, can I go roll a cigarette?
A lot of our donors have had an affinity with nicotine, so I think that a lot of the donations that I've received are actually connected to the nicotine spirit. The nicotine is a grandfather spirit. So,
Well, definitely you feel that here. I mean, the Native Americans literally lived right on this land, literally on the Hermitage land where I live. There were, Native American tribes who owned this property before we came to America. So you definitely feel the spirit of all of that here very, very strongly. Somebody told me today earlier, a person of great wisdom told me, the mountains are your greatest teacher. And it was a monk who said that to me. And so here I am in the mountains, ready to learn. I'll be back. I'm going to go grab a cigarette. So as you guys can see, it's completely nighttime here at the Dharma Wheel Hermitage. I'm on the Pacific coast of America, and I have to tell you, I'm still sitting at the picnic table where I was hours ago when we started the show, and it's still beautiful out. It's still, I really do feel blessed that I live in paradise, to be honest with you. But it's a very nice evening here. And you can feel the energy. The altar is right over here. I'm looking at we have a little shrine altar out. We were doing some prayers and some rituals earlier in the day, and I'm looking at it now, and it's just so beautiful. The moon is right up behind me, sort of that direction, but there's a crescent moon above me right now. And the stars are very bright up here because there's no light pollution. We're very far from the cities and everything, very far off grid. So I hope everybody else is in somewhere equally beautiful. I wish it for you anyway. One of the reasons I fought so hard to preserve the Dharma Wheel Hermitage is all the miracles and magic and wonder that has happened up here since we've been here. We've been here 8 months now, and we have seen signs and wonders, the likes of which I could write a book about, and probably will. Eventually write a book about the founding of this place. But this land definitely calls to us with incredible spiritual power. And I suspect that a lot of that it predates even Buddhism, because again, this was all native land before it was ours. So there's probably already a lot of latent energy in the land. But there's a lot of power. And one of the things I've learned, there's a lot of power in living in the outdoors and in the seasons. Okay? Living in an apartment, and this is no diss on anybody who's in a house or apartment, but living indoors is a completely different experience than living out under the stars the way we do. And for 5 years now, we've been living in complete sync with the seasons and the rhythm of nature. And it does something to you. It changes you, and it teaches you lessons that are right out of Buddhist scripture. You just don't know it, right? You flip it open and you go, man, I learned that from watching the trees or the geese the other day, and there is Buddha saying it in the scripture, right? So
I just want to pause you for a sec there. Yeah. We've received a sincere donation from old friend of the show, Travis. $99.99. $99.99. So there you have it.
Well, I wanted to make a comment about your 777 donation that you got a while ago, if you recall. Um, there's an interesting little story with the Dharma Wheel Hermitage. When I first got here, I wanted to put up numbers out front. There was this beautiful antique board that was nailed to a tree out by the road, and it just looked like it wanted to have some brass numbers on it, right? I mean, I could picture it, and I couldn't figure out what the numbering scheme was for this property. I couldn't figure out, so I just decided to go with the real estate agent. He said it's lot number 20. So all right, so I put a 20 up there, right? But it turns out it's not true. It's actually, brace yourself, guys. We live on Raccoon Lane. First of all, that's the name of the road, that official name, and we are 777 Raccoon Lane. I'm not fucking kidding you. That's the actual number. I eventually got to go take the 20 off and get 3 sevens, but I could not believe it. Out of all the magical things that have happened, to find out that even the address of this place was auspicious to me. I'll just never stop trying to get this place to work and to make this place work for everybody. It's magical. It's magical up here, and you'll see when you get here, Rob. And I know someday you're coming. You gotta come. I can't die without giving you a hug, man. So you gotta come. But I mean, this place will do you right, man. This place will fix you. One meditation up by the prayer flag tree, man, overlooking the valley, and you.
Well, if you can write it in your will, we would love to have your bones. So I don't know what the process would be, but if it would be possible when you die for all of your bones to be cleaned, and I don't know what that process is, but we would love to have your bones.
You're more than welcome, and I don't know how much you've been following of the funerary rites that we just did for Bruno, but it turns out that the 49 days of prayers and rites, believe it or not, in Tibetan Buddhism, there is no difference for a human or an animal, and none at all. And so all of us, including my 2 boys here, we're all, as I told them, we're all going to go under the rocks up on the hillside. Not just Bruno. We got 1 grave up here already. 1 family member's down, and we're all going in the rocks up here. And if you watched my videos, I dealt with Bruno's bones. Like, you can actually see me. This is what I mean about putting death right in your face, okay? Because it would have been so easy for me to curl up inside myself when Bruno died and not share any of this with anybody. Instead, I did the exact opposite, and we broadcast his funeral. I had to take my Christmas puppy, guys. I had to take my baby Christmas puppy and put him on top of a funeral pyre and light it on fire. I had to incinerate my Christmas puppy, and then I do videos, you can see them on my channel, of how to properly excavate and get the ashes and the relics. And we collected the bone relics, we collected the ashes relics, and then if you go on my channel, you can see each week we did different reliquaries, where we made different reliquaries for using Bruno's ashes and using his bone relics. And also I'm going to get here a supply of what they call pearl relics, which Dr. Rob might be familiar with, but pearl relics are these little balls of ceramic that you put inside around the corpse before you cremate it, and then you find them afterwards. You sift them out of the ashes, and they turn into these beautiful pearls, and they call them pearl relics. We didn't have any of those for Bruno because he died so quickly, so we used quarters, and they melted, and we used those as his pearl relics because we knew the coins would somehow survive the incineration. And we have his bones here. We still have a good collection of bones. He was a big dog, and you're more than welcome to him. I understand the power, and especially tooth roads. Make sure that you try to get some of my teeth.
Well, there's all kinds of aspects. You know, we're working to make this meditation center here in Vietnam, but there's so many layers of law and different dimensions in doing something like that. You know, I think that's why a lot of people want to live in America or move to America, because let's say if you do have the money, well, you can just do whatever you want. But in Vietnam, it's a little bit different. So, we're, how to get the money in, how to do all these things. It's a lot to think about. It's a lot of different dimensions
That it is.
that uh, takes so that's one of the things we're going to be talking with Seattle about. He's here in Vietnam for a little bit of time, is maybe get some of his advice on how to move forward. But
Well, and also,
those
I'd
bones,
like,
it's the same thing, it's even just to get you down to bones would be a whole process, not just a physical process but a legal process to get you just into bones, right? And to get all of them. And then to
actually,
get
not
those
so
bones,
much.
well,
Not
to
so
get
much.
those bones to Vietnam is going to be a process as well.
Maybe not, like, maybe not in a big box, but I mean, certainly a small amount of bone relics could be sent there. Some will stay here, obviously, because my boys are here, so I want some part of me to be on the Hermitage. What I want to leave to you more than my bones, and me and Shelley have talked about this at length, and maybe some of this should be saved for a private meeting, but what I really want from you more than anything, Dr. Rob, is to take my place, take the Hermitage, because it's going to be paid off, it's going to be built out, and I want it to stay in the hands of Buddhists for as long as conceivable as possible. In fact, when you hand it on, I want you to hand it on with the caveat to whoever you pass it on to, that, hey, it's got to stay in the Buddhist hands. You can sell it even, but you got to sell it to a Buddhist institution. That to me is priceless, because a part of me will maybe be with you in Vietnam, some of my bones, but a part of me will always be here on this Hermitage. This place is now, I feel it. It's like it is me. Think about the science of it too. It's so magical, right, to become a part of a place. I think about this all the time, and maybe some people might just think this is the weirdest thing to concentrate on, but I think about how every 7 years, every atom in your body, Dr. Rob, is going to be gone. Every 7 years. Okay? So think about that. Divide however old you are by 7. Okay? So what? 4 or 5 times every atom in your body is now gone and been replaced. 4 or 5 times over. Where are those atoms, right? They're probably scattered all over because you traveled everywhere, right? You went all different kind of places. So you left your atoms everywhere. I'm going to die right here in this Hermitage, and I rarely leave the place. I rarely leave the property, okay? So my atoms, after 7 or 14 years or wherever, all of the atoms of my whole body will be in this ground. And to me, I find that fascinating, because what happens to them then? The trees eat them. The beautiful junipers that I love, I treasure my junipers. I got such beautiful junipers. And they're going to uptake my atoms. The bugs are going to uptake my atoms. The blades of grass, the wildflowers, all my atoms is going to be in this beautiful life up here. And to me, I find that fascinating. And it even helped me with Bruno's death, because he wasn't here long. But the minute I walked out, the day after he died, it was shedding season. I don't know if anybody owns dogs out there, you know what that is, but you spend a lot of time vacuum cleaning during shedding season, right? Because they shed all their hair really fast. And it was shedding season when Bruno passed, and his hair is everywhere. It's all over our front yard still to this day, and that's gonna absorb. So Bruno, my baby, my precious baby, is his atoms that made him is going to be in this nature, in these trees. And to me, I find that fascinating. And so I would ask everybody, especially you, Dr. Rob, but everybody who loves me and cares about me even a little bit, to remember this place and to try to preserve it in Buddhist hands as long as possible. It's not just the sacrifice that I made, and I did. I put blood, sweat, and tears, and I'm talking real blood, real sweat, and real tears into this property to get it and to build it and to keep it. So it's not just that, but my actual, and I think a part of my spirit will always be here too as well in this beautiful space. So that's the most beautiful thing, Dr. Rob, that anybody has ever said to me. And I will absolutely make sure. I'm already writing out a will for the property to make sure that you guys get that. And but absolutely having some of my bone relics would be. Um, it's just a great honor to have you say something like that to me. But, and in fact, I'm going to go grab something right now. Hold on. Okay, YouTube audience, I got some interesting things. See if I can show this up to the camera. So that's a crystal globe, and it's a copper bottom and a copper top. I don't know how much of it you can make out. Let me see if I can get the light on it a little better here. There we go. And that's a reliquary right there. It's a little stupa, but it's a reliquary. Well, I guess it's showing up kind of. There it is, yeah. So, and this has the ashes and the bones of my dear Bruno in it. This one here, the copper and crystal one, is going to be for the prayer hall. And all my boys will have one of these. And then this one here, it's kind of counterintuitive because this one's really beautiful. And so you would think that this one would go in the prayer hall, but actually, to do honor to Bruno, this is what's going inside his stupa. So on top of where we cremated him, there's now a grave, there's rocks, and then eventually we're going to concrete the rocks over and build a little stupa for him. And then inside there, we'll put this reliquary. And this one here is traditional Tibetan, so it's got the top comes off, and you can't really see it, but there's a little cup. And a pearl relic would go in there, and instead we put a melted quarter because we didn't have the pearl relics. But and so that's kind of an idea of what we've been working with reliquaries and whatnot. So we're very familiar here at the Hermitage with the concept. And then you're speaking of having some of my bones. There's some of Bruno's bones. If I can get it in the camera somehow. There we go. There they are. And so that's some of the bones of my bodhisattva, my angel dog. I love the saying that the lady taught me the other day, I will send them without wings so they will know not that they are angels. And that perfectly describes my Bruno. He was an angel without wings. And now he's in the Pure Land. And, you know, doing all of that really, again, it goes back to what I said about putting death right in your face and really, and, you know, now I'm less afraid. The thing about this is I have two more babies. I have Xavier and Xander, who everybody knows, you know, very famous little doggies. And they're going to go someday. And now I know I can face it, right? Now I know I can do it because I did the hardest one, the youngest, the one I least expected to go, and I had to face it. And I did it. I did it full on, and I did it. I shared it with the public on my YouTube channel so that people could learn from it, learn from my experience, not just the technical details of, well, you say this prayer at this time or whatever, but also just the idea of being able to face this horrific tragedy and have the power of faith get you through it. And doing these things, these Buddhist things, dealing with the relics and stuff like that, I can't tell you how much it helped. I cannot tell you how much it helped. But I'm definitely less fearful of the next death that I have to deal with. And I want to be cremated up here. I'm making arrangements where I will be cremated right on this land the same way Bruno was. If you go to my YouTube channel and see the funeral pyre that we had to build for him, he weighed 150 pounds when he passed. I only weigh 125, okay? But it takes a lot of cords of wood to incinerate a 125 or 150 pound body, whether it's a dog or a human. It takes a lot of wood. It took several cords of wood. that we had to pile up in a gigantic pile to cremate him. And I plan that every one of my family, me and my babies, um, right up until me, will be cremated here, and then the remains and the relics will be distributed amongst friends and family and people who want them. And then some of them will go in a stupa. And every stupa that we build, and even Bruno's, will have a time capsule in them. Not only just the reliquary that I showed you, but we've got they sell them on Amazon, these tiny little time capsules. They're stainless steel, they're about this big, and you put the items in there, and then you vent it with argon gas and bury it. And so we're going to put a time capsule in there and put lots of different things, a lot of scripture about Green Tara, because Green Tara is sort of the patron cosmic entity, if you will, of the Hermitage up here. And I feel like she was a great deal of help, especially during Bruno's death. So we'll put a bunch of stuff about Bruno, obviously all the media we have of him. I get a kick out of an archaeologist 1,000 years from now digging up that time capsule and watching videos of my little puppy dog and laughing. And the fact that Bruno could make somebody laugh 1,000 years from now just tickles me. I love the idea of time capsules, and I think it's a very Buddhist thing. I was watching a video today about the earth-shaking discoveries of the Gandhara scriptures that they're finding, which is completely rewriting the early history of Buddhism, that they're finding these scriptures there. And they buried these scriptures on purpose in clay pots so people could find them. And they probably figured they would last 2,000 years, but they didn't know science enough back then. They should not have lasted 2,000 years, but they did. Now, if you upgrade your game on time capsules and you're not using clay pots and birch bark scrolls anymore, but you're using argon gas and stainless steel titanium containers and that sort of thing, and flash memory that's hardened against radiation, that kind of thing, then you can really send a time capsule thousands of years into the future. And to me, that's one of the things we want to do with this property. Every monument, every building, everything we do up here is going to have a time capsule underneath it. And we're even inviting people, donors who donate to the Hermitage, can have their not only their names in the time capsules, but we're even going to give people opportunity to put their own message to the future and their own media in these time capsules as we roll forward with the Hermitage. So, and all of this really unfurled from Bruno's death. I mean, so there wasn't just the negative part. There wasn't just the grief, but all of this other stuff solidified around his passing and is becoming a reality. We've got Tara's Grove is a reality now. We've got a grove of trees that we're going to dedicate just to Green Tara, and there's a beautiful spot where there's four junipers, kind of in like a amphitheater kind of formation, and we're going to put Green Tara statue right in the middle of those four that are up in the grove. And it's going to be called Tara's Grove. It's going to be just for the doggies. It's where Bruno's grave is now, up in Tara's Grove. And eventually all the doggies will go up there under the rocks, as we say, in Tara's Grove. And it'll be a place where doggies not only end their life, though, but a place where doggies can live their life. So we're going to put beds up there and stuff. And we're going to get a little cheeky with it. If we have visitors, we're going to put a sign up that says, Tara's Grove is for Green Tara and the doggies. You're a guest. So act appropriately. Um, and so it'll be a place really for them, a sanctuary for them in all manner of speaking. And then the final stupa I want to build is the Wheel of Time stupa. And if I can get enough money to build it properly, we're going to build a stupa with a these time capsules are rated by how many years science says that they can contain 99% of their information. So the one that we're putting in the doggy stupas is 1,000-year time capsule, which means it should, in theory, last 1,000 years and still have 99% retention of what's in it. We're going to build for the Wheel of Time stupa, we're going to build a 5,000-year time capsule. So we're going to spend a little bit of coin. It's going to be a little bit bigger, professionally vented, with professional argon venting, and really do the Wheel of Time stupa up. And that one, we're going to put everything in, every bit of scripture I can find in the world, every digital writing, every book, every video that Dr. Rob has ever put on YouTube. I mean, we're putting it all inside that one. And then we're going to try to send that one 5,000 years into the future. Uh, and then it'll bring me great joy as I pass from this world, knowing that I've left all these little Easter eggs, because I've been a programmer for a lot of years, and we have something in computer programming called Easter eggs, and that's the way I think of time capsules. They're like Easter eggs for the future. Um, and so it just brings me great joy to know that some archaeologist might pry something out of the ground up here that just really delights him, and really informs him about what was it like to be us, you know. And so yeah, reliquaries, you'll get plenty of my bones. And I want you to YouTube stream that shit, just like I did Bruno's funeral. When they burn me up, don't hide that, and then show them my bones on YouTube. It all helps. I can help teach people after I'm gone.
Okay, so please feel welcome, everyone, to join the Zoom meeting if you'd like to share and be seen and be heard. We're live on YouTube right now, and it's a great time and a great chance to ask a question, to share your experience, whatever that might be. We're here in
Just want to say
Vietnam. We're
just want to say a
working
quick
to.
technical point. Yeah, I might drop out any second now. The power's going to die, so I'll just probably I'm going to let it run dry. I'll just
Okay.
disappear when the power
Yeah,
drops.
that's a
I
great
don't
thing
want
to
to
run
leave.
dry. And we're here in Vietnam. We're working to collaboratively buy property and set up a space here in Vietnam where people can come and stay and practice and learn more about living a natural life and connecting with the earth, connecting with the land, and learning about Vietnamese culture and all of its elements, such as meditation. And this is an open space. This is a space for people to do good deeds. So really, it's not a meditation center. It's more of a doing good deeds center. And of course, to have a platform and a space to continue this work online as well, because we can spend a lot of time together. We can collaborate, cooperate, practice together a lot just being here online in this space.
And there's a whole section in my book on the internet sangha and how critical and important it is, because Otherwise than that, we're all isolated, guys. We're all islands. And the only thing that I can think of that can connect us all is through the internet. I'm never going to be able to go to Vietnam, and I acknowledge that. And I wish I could. It's not a matter of desire. It's just a matter of the physical fact that that's not. My bones may go there, but that'll be um, as close as I get. And so, how do I connect? How do I become family with somebody beautiful that I love so much, like Dr. Rob? How do I become family with all of you who I love so much? And I don't even know you yet, and I still love you. How does that work? How do we do that? And technology has given us a wonderful gift. It may not last forever. You know, the doomsayers, the doom and gloomers say that the technology is going to destroy us and it's going to all be gone in a little while. Well, fine. We'll figure out some other way then. But right now, while this technology is here, we're now, it's now, and I think we need to take advantage of it. We need to not be scared of it and use this technology to knit ourselves together into communities of like-minded people. And I feel so at home. I feel more at home watching one of Dr. Rob's streams than I do anywhere else on the internet, and that's a fact. There's more compassion and more love in just 1 hour of either of our streams, to be honest with you. I'll give us both a little credit because I do some really nice streaming myself, and I try to cultivate that same space and that same place for everyone. And I think that the more that we do that and the more that we connect those together, connect those dots together, we can come up with something that's infinitely more powerful spiritually than all the Tara Mandalas and Shambhala centers of the world could come up with. Something infinitely more real, something infinitely more legitimate, but also something infinitely more effective. I mean, why are you doing this? Why do you want to be attached to the Dharma? Why are you watching Dr. Rob's stream? And if the answer is to troll, okay, well, we understand that. We get that motivation already. But for those who are sincerely here trying to get something, you're trying to get something, right? You're trying to get ahead. You're trying to learn something spiritually. And the question is, how do you do that? And I think I see everywhere in this world, I see people flailing, looking around, grasping at this and that. I got to go to this retreat center. Well, this one's even more beautiful, so I'm going to go to that retreat center next. And maybe I just need one on a mountain. And if I go to that retreat center on a mountain, but actually, guys, it's in your heart. Okay? It's in the people around you right now who are sitting around you or sitting online with you. It's us. We're the Sangha, guys. And we're more real and we're more legitimate here in this YouTube channel than any number of these massive institutions, which to me have become, at least in our time, basically money-making machines for a select handful of spiritual elitists. And for the rest of us, well, we got to just find our mountain, right? I mean, and find our own way. And I feel like, you know, the stuff I've been working on, I think one of the reasons I connected so strongly with Dr. Rob is because I was already pushing in that direction with great purpose before I met Dr. Rob, and then finally I met a kindred soul. I think for me, what connected to me with Dr. Rob was there's a kindred soul. There's somebody who understands what's actually real, what it actually means to, you know, have blisters on your feet from walking all day, or, you know, whatever, you know, all the pains of life, and acknowledges them and is real about them. And you know, we're all just human beings. We're not arhats, we're not lamas, and we're not credentialed with all these lineages and titles. We're just people, and trying to help each other, and trying to be kind to each other, and trying to love each other. Everyone wants to be loved, you know what I mean? And everyone wants to love. And where do you do that? Where do you find a place for that? And in this day and age, I say it's right here. It's right here, and there's nothing wrong with that. So that's my opinion.
So let's take a look here at this clip from this non-duality teacher. Let's see what we can come up with here.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode.
Oh, Dr.
of
Rob,
the
is it
Light
time for
Show
some non-duality
podcast.
nitrous? I
Today
really
on
need
the
my
show
nitrous
with me,
today.
I am
Yes.
so excited to introduce to you one of my favorite non-duality speakers of all time, Neil Denham. Neil Denham is a bit of a hero of mine. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that. But when I was seeking and going from spirituality to non-duality here, there, and everywhere, He was one of the first ones I discovered, and the impeccable clarity that
I
comes
suppose
out of
it's
that mouth
extremely
and that body
unwoke
is really
and
something special,
inappropriate
I
to
think.
ask, is that a
And
man
so
or
I'm
a
very
woman?
delighted to have had this conversation.
Sounds like a man.
People have differing views about it. Jim and Daiwai. Do you know how much do you know Daiwai? How much attention have you given to Daiwai, Reverend?
Only what I've seen on YouTube, and you're probably well more informed than I am, so I'll let you roll with it.
Yeah. So, anyways, Daiwai would say that this is a man, but we're learning. We're learning as it goes by. I would call this a spiritual criminal. And this is a group of spiritual criminals that have been headed and set up by a devil known as Tony Pearsons, I believe. So we're going to look into that, but let's see what's going on here.
With him, and that he agreed to do it with me, and I think you're going to love it. So
I don't know about your YouTube
if you
audience.
haven't got his
Can you
book,
turn it up a little
go
bit for
ahead and
me?
get it. It's one of the
100
best
somehow?
non-duality books I think I've ever read. It's called Already Everything. It's available on Amazon, and enjoy the conversation. Yes, hello Neil.
How you doing? All right.
It's so great to finally chat with you.
Yeah, we've had a few exchanges on Messenger, haven't we? And so on and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've been seeing you like all over the place on YouTube and Facebook and everywhere. So yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think you're the first person I said yes to in about 3 years.
Oh, right. Oh,
So
wow.
there you go.
Well, I feel I'm not just saying this. I actually feel quite honored because I've watched your videos for quite a long time before I think I even started speaking actually, and yeah, I was really taken back by the precision and the clarity that comes out of this mouth, and something very precise. And I don't know, I just really like the sort of the direct, clear, sharp, crystal clear cutting that comes out of you, shall we say? Yeah.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you to say. But that's the message I heard. Those are the that's what I heard. I mean, I don't really like to think of it as a message these days, I guess, but
Mm,
that's what I heard. So I
mm,
was just,
mm,
and like you, I would watch videos, and and I was hearing this stuff, and obviously it resonated because I was kind of obsessed with all the videos and watching all of there weren't very many people at that point, but there was a few guys that were, and
yeah.
girls that were resonating with me, and
Yeah.
yeah, I was watching them all the time, and
Mm,
yeah, got
mm,
absolutely obsessed with it, absolutely
mm,
obsessed, and
mm, mm.
they they all kind of had their own style in a way, and their own kind of way about it, but it's like the sky is blue. If the sky is blue, the sky is blue. If the grass is green, the grass is green. And if they're all kind of saying that, and that is, the
Yeah.
case,
Yeah.
I mean, no
Yeah.
metaphor can stand up to 100% scrutiny, of course, but
Yeah.
they were all saying the same thing.
This is just Zionism for spirituality. That's all that it is. It's an echo chamber of false-minded and incorrect people that have shallow, nonsensical principles and practices concerned with the truth and the nature, the true nature, the original nature. And they do nothing but shallowify the Dharma and obfuscate the truth with words and phrases. So they don't understand Zen, and they certainly don't understand non-duality, and they're already exposing themselves by presenting such a ridiculous principle that if these people are all saying the same thing, even though allegory, which just means saying something, meaning something else, or trying to point to something that's absolutely real, nothing is absolutely real, especially nothing being absolutely real. That's nonsense. That wouldn't be nothing then, would it? So these people are spiritual criminals, and they need to be held accountable. They need to be taken down, and that's precisely in line with my abilities and my skill set and my knowledge to do exactly that. So that's what's happening right now. Let's listen and allow these people to expose themselves in their little spiritual performance.
But it wasn't his wonderful thing about it. It wasn't just the words, it was the energy, it was what I was feeling from the meeting. Even on YouTube, you know, I was just feeling something from it, and it was just like a bell just rang in somewhere deep inside me, and just kind of, you know, I was just kind of like, you know, this is what I've been wanting to hear, you know, I've been waiting to hear, and this is what I've kind of been looking for in all my many years of seeking. And you know, there was just something deep inside that just said yes, kind of thing, when it was heard. So you know, obviously when I first had the opportunity to speak, then I guess it came out in a similar way. And then, although I didn't have a sort of very long run of speaking, um, I guess I guess it came out in its own way here also, but always with that same, I guess, directness in which.
Who ever heard a worse joke than self-referential Pyth teachings? Me and I and mine and you and me and our group, we got it and we're talking about it and how Pyth it is, and it came out and it's coming out of me and it came out of them. This is all self-narrative. This is all self-doctrine. And it's absolutely ridiculous. And the notion that Pyth teachings could be represented, or a context like this would make any sense when it's all about Pyth teachings. All the while, these people, anytime you see an interview with them or you have any record of them being in a practical context, talking about their real experience, they have no idea that these teachings and this non-duality instruction is at the core of something like what Seattle talks about, not someone, not something. Not something is what these people have a very difficult problem with, because they have a religious belief and an egoic belief in things, the reality of things, which of course things are unreal. That doesn't mean that they're to be rejected or that they're void, but they're void of separation, they're void of thingness. So this is absolutely ridiculous. This is absolute nonsense, and I'm even me coming here and putting myself in this position does a disservice to myself, to my organization, and to the work that I do. And I'm sorry to bring people into this, but this is something that has to be done.
Good service. I think highlighting these fake teachings online is a good service to the YouTube community in general anyway. But here's my thing that I don't understand about Dowson Armstrong, about Twim, about these two guys, these two people here. Here's what I don't understand. You never hear, here's the key, guys. Here's how you know they're fake. This is supposed to be Buddhism. Okay? Do you hear once out of one of these people's mouths talk about the Eightfold Path, the Four Noble Truths, any of that? You know, where is the Buddhism in this? Right? I mean, all I hear them talk about is themselves and this bizarre idea that not caring about anything is somehow going to be non-duality. Like it's like you said, it's like nitrous, right? And there's no Buddhism in it. Where's the Buddhism? What's wrong with good old-fashioned traditional Buddhism? That's what I want to be taught. That's where I find the wisdom. These people here are making up their own religion. They're just making up their own stuff.
it was heard here, because that was it. That was the core of it for me. It was the, I loved the uncompromisingness of it, the directness of it, the anarchy of it. I was really attracted to that, you know.
Yeah.
I don't give a F kind of, you know, kind of thing, you know. You know,
Yeah.
I know that's not kind of generally the way people are, but it came across in that way of just like, a better way of putting it is, I didn't feel like I had to be anything or
Yes.
do
Yes.
it right, you know, because
Oh, I didn't
as
have
I'm
to
sure I
do
said before,
anything.
I was
I
always the
just
guy
became
in the
enlightened.
room when doing doing meditation retreats, kind of
Mhm.
peeking, you know, and seeing who looks like they're in a deeper state of meditation than me or not, you know. And
Yeah.
so I felt like I was kind of let off the hook with.
Look, ha ha ha, looking around and trying to learn more and trying to understand more about the environment from people that are more experienced than I am. What are we talking about here? What are we laughing about here? It doesn't make any sense. Okay? You're in a meditation retreat, you're not as skilled a meditator as these people are, and you're looking around because you don't know how to meditate well. Okay? You could also be looking around because you do know how to meditate well, and you want to see what everybody else's situation is. Okay? You could be looking around for help, you could be looking around for an opportunity to help. Okay? These people are LARPers, they're spiritual role players, and they're not willing to be challenged.
Have you tried to get in particular these two, either of these two on your show, Rob?
Oh no. These people are very, very skillful. These people know a lot better than to bring me on their show. We had a guy who was actually Soto guy, the king of American Soto. For anybody who's not in the old group, you know, people that are old, you know, were hitting themselves, bumping each other on the shoulders for years and years, talking about what a good grift that we have going on here, how nice it's all working out. This is a young man, 30, 40-year-old man living in Japan that's going to be the director, the teaching director for the preeminent Soto Zen monastery in Japan. For Westerners. That's the position. Him and his Japanese wife. They're going to live at one of these temples. So it's the wet dream for all of these countless American Soto priests, these white guy priests in American Zen. And anyways, you know, so he talked to me, and then he said I better not put myself out there anymore because I'm going to get in trouble with the Japanese people about doing things. Because everybody's going around to complain about each other, and everybody's keeping their head down, making sure they don't make any troubles. Well, they're also not going to get the big money. Okay? I'm willing to put my head on the chopping block, and I'm not looking for a position. I'm not looking for a convenient role in a convenient institution. I'm here to do revolutionary work. I'm here to challenge the paradigm, and I'm here to open up the space. Okay, and I'll be the first one to fall down into the hell realms, achieve Jizo's staff, and wield it, and create a revolutionary movement together with the Elephant Key in India. Okay, to take back the country from the Brahmins that have polluted the society and make it a Buddhist country again. But that's besides the point. That's a different project. So these people, this is the disposition, and maybe you can find a way to integrate this into your practice. I'm very interested to collaborate and have deep conversations with people from varying traditions and varying perspectives that are serious about awakening, non-duality, and the deepest truths. And so I'm happy to talk with any of these people and be accessible, have your number out there. You know, that's why I like Jim Newman, because he has this accessibility and he also has hard lines. You know, he says, go and fuck yourself, leave me alone. And we can say that too, But if we're going around and we're recruiting and we're talking about it's all free love and I'm here for everybody and I'm unbounded and I'm etc. Okay, well then be ready to meet any invitation and make use of any opportunity to do good deeds together, to collaborate, and to reach out and to reach in. And that's why these people don't want to reach out really, because they don't want to reach in really, because it's going to interfere with their spiritual cope, their spiritual LARP.
Well, it's sort of disingenuous too of them to
expectation
talk about anarchy like
from,
it's some big thing, like they're into it, and then not want to actually come out and get messy, get dirty, right? I mean,
spirituality and those kinds of retreats. So just for me, just for here, there was that expectation to be getting somewhere, or I should be getting it. That person's getting it more than I'm getting it. You know, why aren't I getting it? Or I'm getting it better than that person's getting it, and you know, who can impress the teacher the most? That kind of thing. You know, and
Okay, but that's fine. That's true. But also, any of these Zen retreats or Zen institutions, even if that's true, the principles that they're very well aware of in those traditions, any Zen teacher, any halfway decent Zen teacher would tell you that that's nonsense and that's totally incorrect. So it's a very clear misrepresentation from a lack of direct experience of what these organizations represent. Now, to what degree are they practicing that is another discussion, but this is just a nonsense representation, and it's appealing to people's superficial experience level and egoic disposition when it comes to these retreats and how people feel, rather than and then misrepresenting the institution as having something to do with that, while any mid-level, lower level, and somebody who just spent the time to walk in the door and didn't have their head totally up their ass would say, that is precisely wrong. And if you feel that way, you're just stupid, and you should focus on meditating because it'll make you less stupid. So that doesn't make a lot of sense to bring something like that up. It may be true, it may not be true. But that doesn't represent Soto Zen institution or the idea of these practices. But this is another one of their tools, is that they really appeal to vaguity. Very, very skillfully, they appeal to vagueness and a lack of experience on the path.
You've hit on it, Dr. Rob. You've hit on the crux of it. What these people sell, okay, is snake oil. These retreats, all of them, in North America, these retreats of all different schools, they're all designed to make you feel better after the retreat is over, to make you feel like you accomplished something. It doesn't matter to them at all if you actually did accomplish anything spiritual. You probably haven't, okay? They just want you to leave the retreat feeling good, okay, about yourself and about what you did, because they want you to come back and buy another retreat off of them, right? What better selling point? If you come away all miserable because you really had to face yourself, you had to face some hard shit, you had to really do some work, and so you didn't necessarily come away from the retreat feeling great. That's not what they want. They don't want you to accomplish that. They want you to come out feeling like you were in paradise, like you meditated your way to nirvana right there on their retreat for only $500 a week. And hopefully you'll come back, because the batteries are going to run dry. You're going to need another juice of non-duality nitrous. And so you'll come on back. And so to me, this is why what Dr. Rob is saying is true. These are criminals, these people. They're grifters who are grifting off of your desire to become more spiritual by making you feel like you have become more spiritual, when all you've done is take a huff of non-duality. Uh-oh, here comes the face paint. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I knew it'd come. I knew it'd come eventually. I knew we couldn't. Don't mess up the suit, though. Don't get any of that stuff on that suit. Take your suit off.
The thing is, too, is that this is very attractive to Westerners, and a lot of people will make the mistake of taking the intellectual view as being the truth, when really the teaching itself, the intellectual teaching crumbles the more that you step into a realization of the truth. But this could make you think that you've got it because you intellectually understand, and then there's no principles and practices that back up the ability to directly realize what's intellectually being pointed to.
And there's no access point. The access point
Yeah,
is
yeah.
just keep listening to this group of people that talk like they get it, and then the only access point is, okay, well now I'm gonna talk like I get it, and then more and more people, and so it's a cult of intellectualism, and it has nothing to do with real spirituality. So it's a difference what we bring here. You come and be a monk or a nun. Come and let's build something together. Let's create different dynamics together by giving, not by this little fake cult of who gets it and who doesn't. Because if you really got it, then there would be no localization of who gets it. And of course, they will talk like they understand this, but what they express and what they offer doesn't seem to be in line with that. It doesn't seem to have any connection with that at all, right? This hyper limited way of going about it.
Yes.
With the best question and all of that
Yes.
kind of stuff. All of that nonsense was just not there at all. It was just that simple.
Hey, Rob, I don't mean to
directness.
harass you, but is there any way you can turn their
I
volume
never
up
had
on them a little
any-
bit? I can barely hear them.
You maybe need to watch through the YouTube. I can't. I don't think it's already turned up very highly here on the in the speakers.
I gotcha. I'm gonna stay on Zoom. That's all right. I'll struggle.
Any sense of a kind of negativeness from it either. There was always, even though it was kind of uncompromising and sometimes confronting, I never had a sense that it was in any way harmful or hurtful or damaging in any kind of way.
Yes.
Again, because there was just no expectation, and
Mm-hmm.
a little bit of my story, I guess, is the first opportunity I had to get myself to a retreat. I went and I got a bank loan to go and pay for it. We're probably still paying it off, and had a lovely time, met some lovely people. Neil Denham went, and he didn't come back.
Oh wow! What year was that, and who was it?
It was 2019, and it was with Jim Newman.
Okay.
Wow, so listen to this. This is a very interesting experience, and so this guy took a bank loan to go to a retreat with Jim Newman, which I'd like to go on a retreat with Jim Newman as well. And he says that he went away and he never came back. So let's see what else he has to say. But the realization, what I more align with, is that he was never there. That seems to be a little bit more truthful for me. He went away, he never came back. He was never there. And if he was never there, how could he have gone away? If you really realize that he was never there, how could he have gone away? But it's not just an idea, because I was talking this week, we were talking with a lot of people that reached out. This one woman who, I'm sure is a very similar experience. She was asleep and she had this awakening experience, right? And so because she didn't have this access to language and this different way of thinking, she said, all these things, I was a new person, I was a different person, right? But is this a ultimate realization of emptiness and a removal of all fetters and being in the position of the arhat or something like that? Who knows? We don't necessarily need to use all these words, right? But is it that? Or is it just someone who had this experience, but is now been given this language to graft that experience onto now a new identity of enlightenment. And that's not what we're doing. That's not the correct thing to be doing. We're not trying to create a new enlightened identity. It doesn't even make sense. So we keep listening. I'm sure he'll expose himself.
Okay.
2019 or 2018? Yeah, 2019. Yeah, around that time. It's before the COVID
Yeah.
stuff happened. Yeah, just about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and just for anyone who's watching who perhaps isn't familiar with what we appear to talk about, what are you talking about when it comes to, yeah, I went to a retreat, but I didn't come back, and the words non-duality. I'm sure many people will be familiar with this, but maybe just for some clarity's sake.
Yeah, well, how can you describe it really? I would say there was a period after the retreat where, well, let's just say during the retreat, everything just started getting louder and louder and louder and louder and louder. And there just seemed to be this unexpected, how do I, it's so difficult to describe, this unexpected, I was going to say experience, but it's not an experience, of course, but this unexpected thing where of being sitting in the room and all the questions were still happening and the responses from the speaker were still coming, and there was just this overwhelming sense of where we were all sitting in it asking some guy down the front where it is. And it was just so obvious. It was just so obvious.
This would almost seem to me like the ification of a state of samadhi, right? A little bit of absorption, a little bit of meditative awareness, but because this language is being fed to you, you create this new paradigm of thought, because this doesn't correlate with like a lack of perception or a lack of I. It's just an I that isn't necessarily so caught up in thoughts and beliefs that one would have previously had or identified with. And this is also when one of Alexis's interviews or something like that, they described their transition, and I don't know how much they've done on that transition, but not that much apparently, and it also didn't line up. It's something like, oh, I don't need to seek anymore. Well, if you're saying that I doesn't need to seek anymore, then that's just a cope. That's not enlightenment. That's not freedom from identity. That's not freedom from self. So the stopping that these people have experienced seems to be very shallow. But there's this language of non-stopping that they've attached to, and now they're just constantly using that to cover up their ignorance with this language system. That's what it seems like. And when they're challenged on their positions of like absolute non-duality, they hang up the phone, or they kick you out of the Zoom meeting because you're not talking in the way that they would like you to talk. And that doesn't make any sense from what they're presenting. And it doesn't. They don't like try to embody or share about, hey, anybody who's getting triggered, actually, this is just nothing happening or whatever. They react and then they obfuscate and then, oh, they don't get it. Who doesn't get it? I'll tell you who doesn't get it. You don't get it because you don't exist. So if you get it, you're wrong. Just a con man and a con woman. Con people, spiritual criminals.
And just from there was just no way back. Whether I wanted to or not, I have to say that about this. It's something energetic, like I've said, with the words. And then what happened after that was, again, something apparently energetic in that.
It's just like people who don't have money talking about money and trying to act like they have money and present it as if they have money to hopefully get money from people. It's the same thing. And so, these people probably need money and want money as well, but they want status. They want praise. They want these other positive elements that their ego hungers for, and this is a way for them to get it. That's why there's no connection with generosity in what they teach or what they share about. It's just a way for them to continue their ego. Because we can use spirituality to cope for our lack of wealth. We can use spirituality to cope with our lack of status. We can use it to cope for our lack of living a skillful life and having meaningful relationships with people, like a kind of nihilism. And that's what this is. This is like a spiritual nihilism. And they're especially someone like Alexis, and then also Angelo, just constantly putting things out there, constantly trying to teach, constantly trying to share. But how much in that are they expressing this total willingness to give up themselves, and also to give other people an access point or an opportunity to give up themselves practically, not just some kind of intellectual coping mechanism, because that's not what the power of spirituality is. It's not just mental. It's a total integration of mental and material into the absence of things, and these people have no idea about what that is.
This sort of contracted sense of there being a center or something here,
Yes.
just started to melt away.
Yes.
Again, whether I wanted it to or not, it had nothing to do with what I thought about it. It didn't matter what I thought about it. I was on, there was even times for a few weeks where I wanted to kind of get off the train. It was like, okay, you've had your fun, universe.
I was on retreat with Jim, and the person that I thought I was, that guy, he left and he never came back. Now, a couple weeks later, magically, I wanted this to stop. I didn't want this to be happening anymore. So they're learning a language of how to represent themselves as being arhats or Buddhas or fully enlightened, when in fact they have no idea what they're talking about. And they're constantly expressing in their work and in their sharings, which usually are presented in such a superficial, contrived way that there's no ability for them to be vulnerable to their skill level being tested or their depth being tested. That's why they absolutely abhor, like, Buddhism or these Paith teachings that you'll find in Dzogchen or Deep Theravada or these master monks over hundreds and hundreds of years, because it makes so clearly evident that their positions are superficial and that their Paith teachings are shallow. And certainly nothing new or something like, wow, we're railing against Buddhism. You're not railing against anything except the access points for people to actually have a path available to them to be free. But saying that, I tried some paths and they didn't work for me, well, that's because you're not enlightened and you still identify with yourself. So now you're identifying with this new pathless path that's just a cope. Absolutely just a cope.
It's disassociation instead of like actual practice pretty much, because there's still like a self-reference that's subtly there that they're not aware of. And the mind's basically like very subtly clinging to the body and then recreating an identity of enlightenment, like you said, with the feeling that they're the body still. So it's really subtle, but yeah, what you're saying is very clear for sure.
The need for practices, the need for retreats, the need for meditation, the need for masters, and even the writings of masters in these traditions is not the Buddha. The Buddha doesn't need these things. You do, because of how subtle the ego's grasping and how subtle this clinging is, that of course you're not going to be able to be aware of it. But just because you're disassociated enough to not be aware of it, it's like a wealthy person that's not aware that they're suffering while they destroy the planet Earth.
I want to get off this ride now, and I had several weeks where I hadn't quite died, but something had happened energetically, shall we say, apparently.
Yeah.
And eventually it was just over. It was just over, and then it was just the most obvious, simple, ordinary, but absolutely an amazing, just everything, because that contracted energy, although I say is that a sort of a center, it seemed to be in everything else as well. And as this melted away, it seemed to melt out of everything else as well. The buildings, the trees, the cars, the other human beings walking around, everything. It was apparent at that point that everything had been experienced as this contracted sense of self, I suppose.
Yes.
And that everything had something to do with me in some way. My thoughts, my feelings, my body, my job, my life, my road, my house, my car. All of that kind of thing. As that melted away here, it melted away in everything else as well.
But the ridiculous part of this is that this is boilerplate standard Buddhism. There's nothing special or unique about this. This is totally the standard Buddhist view of what reality is, of the root of suffering is possessionality, right? So they're not saying anything more than I realized more deeply the truths that Buddhism taught, while in the same vein saying this has nothing to do with Buddhism, this has nothing to do with anything, this is something completely spontaneous that's coming out of me, coming out of my experience at this moment. Well, yeah, that's what realization is in Buddhism. You become a Buddhist to become a Buddha. You walk the path to realize the end of the path. But if you are totally rejecting all these different traditions that have been working on this fundamentally for hundreds, for thousands of years, you are very likely, you're in a prime position to convince yourself that you're at the end of the path when you're nowhere close to it. Because you're rejecting everything that would inform you and make it clear to you that you're not at the end of the path. So I would guarantee, I'd bet my whole life. I put my hand on my cross and I say, if I'm wrong about this, let me go down to the hells and let me live there for the rest of for hundreds of thousands of lifetimes. If you put these people into an intense, difficult environment, Sangha environment, social environment, they're just shaking up and going crazy immediately, like that. There's no question about it. Now, that's all of us, because we're not arahats, we're not Buddhas, and we don't need to be Buddhas or arahats to understand and to make use of and to practice and to experience a lot of things that these great masters have talked about. And that's what it's for, right? That's what the Buddhists saying, Siddha whatever the Buddhists say, to come and see for oneself. That's what the teaching of Buddha is. right? But if we're rejecting all the other communities of people and practitioners and elders and teachers that have existed so that we can go along with this enlightenment LARP, well, yeah, of course, it's going to feel that way. It's going to seem that way. And then we're going to be operating and acting as spiritual criminals to the lowest common denominator and feeding these people a kind of language and a sharing our expression, not to benefit those people, but just to benefit ourselves. So this non-duality, this modern non-duality is absolutely spiritual colonialism. And it's very harmful, it's very disrespectful to seekers and to these people that have set up the path over hundreds and thousands of years. It's like saying, I don't have any genetic connection to my parents, right? It's like saying, I don't have a penis, or I have a penis, but actually I'm a woman. Okay, well, you have a right to say that, and maybe we can figure out a way for that to kind of be true. But, kind of the definition of what a male is, or what, someone who can have sex with a woman is having a penis, just FYI. So I'm not trying to take it into social justice or social norms, but there's some like basis. You either have a penis or you don't. And that's what being a man is about. So don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And maybe it isn't that important if a baby has a penis or not. Maybe it's not absolutely important if you or I have a penis or not.
This is a question I have. How come they can go for hours, maybe, I don't know how long this episode is that you're airing of them. They can go for 2 hours, an hour, 2 hours, and never even mention the name Buddha. I haven't heard one of these people even say the word Buddha, not once during this, whatever it is, this interview. Okay. I mean, it's almost like they don't want to have any connection. They want all the fruits of it, the benefits of Buddhist teaching, but they want to rewrap it and make it theirs. Because I know that you say it's very commonplace Buddhism. Yes, the principles that they're teaching, that they're saying about, are very boilerplate, as you put it, Buddhism. But you never hear the word Buddha come out of their mouth. I've never heard them quote one quote from scripture. I've heard you read more scripture in 10 minutes on one of your streams than I've heard any of these guys quote not one word.
Because these people are intuitively avoiding that which would show them that they aren't enlightened. That which would show them that what they propose and what they've self-convinced themselves that they are and what their position that they're in isn't true. They're avoiding that. Now, when you can accept that you're not enlightened, then maybe you can practice freely where you are. But when you're claiming, when you're going in this process, of claiming to be enlightened or claiming to be free from the path and the fruition, you have to avoid. It's just like for very serious Trump supporters or something like that. They have to avoid simple facts and simple records and simple information that if we're giving $500 billion to Iran, well, that's not a very good deal, is it? And what does that say about Donald Trump and his deal-making ability? So I don't want to get into politics. I want to keep letting these people expose themselves and keep going down this line of thought.
And it was something felt energetically,
Yes.
just like
Yes.
just an emptying.
I love how you say that. I love how you put it that it wasn't just in the body, it was in everything. Because I think what I've seen a fair bit of is susceptibility to, our usual ways of thinking, feeling, and believing. And then we come to perhaps a non-duality meeting, and we come to perhaps believe that there's this thing in me called contracted energy, and when that disappears, then everything else will be lighter or freer somehow. And it's like until until my contracted energy disappears, I'm going to be not knowing where that is, what it is. But I love how you put it, because it's not my contracted energy. It's not a contracted energy that is here.
Yeah.
It is the here-ness itself and
Mm.
and that is literally in everything. Like that,
Mm.
I love the notion that this contraction is actually everything contracting. It's
Mm.
not just this thing over here contracting, but it's
Mm.
actually the whole. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And as this
So looking at something like this is quite nonsensical, because describing the path as contraction or not contraction, well, the moment that you get a little bit of samadhi, the moment that you get a little bit of absorption, a little bit of depth in meditation, okay, you've released contraction. You've released coarse, there's coarse contraction and there's subtle contraction. So for a Buddha, for a Sammasambuddha, there's no contraction anywhere. So when a Sammasambuddha, or when Siddhartha Gautama died, they said he entered Parinibbana. He already realized Nibbana, he was already enlightened, but when the body passed away, he didn't die, he went into Parinibbana. Because that essence of Siddhartha Gautama, that essence that we all have of whoever we happen to be, this connection points to cause and effect. If it has already realized the unconditioned, then how can it die? It's birthless, it's deathless. So this is just such a superficial and such a ridiculously shallow interpretation of what enlightenment is. I've realized enlightenment, I've realized that I am nothing other than the unconditioned, because I experienced a release of contraction and combined that with a kind of logic language system that allows me to keep reaffirming that that's the position that I'm in. And then I have enough privilege, I have enough conditionality to keep perpetuating that identity. And anything that challenges that identity, such as someone like Alexis Non-Duality, it's really ridiculous, because this is someone who's claiming to be fully enlightened, claiming to be totally outside of suffering and totally realized. And I've seen interviews with this person where they're asked about Buddhism, or they're asked about their experience with Buddhism, and it's basically nothing. And they have this idea that there's a uniqueness in the way that they're expressing. And this is a cult that was started by Tony Parsons, and it's a language model. This is a large language model of enlightenment, and it's fake. And it's like a virus, and it infects all these people. They're not doing any dynamic work. And surprise, surprise, they're also shucksters. They also teach Reiki. They also teach yoga. They also teach all these other different totally materialist modalities, right, for making money and for being in a teacher's position and for healing people and helping people. And yet at the same time, they're saying, whoa, 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 don't you forget, I've got the greatest thing of all figured out. That I don't exist, that there's nobody here. So what's being represented here is this very profound and subtle teaching and exposition of their realization is super, super shallow, just basic Buddhism, combined with this hyper disassociated view of what non-duality is supposed to be.
opened up, everything else seemed to open up.
Yes.
And of course, the thing then is, the seeker will then be like, well, how do I get rid of this contracted energy? Tell me, what do I do? There must be something I can do about that. But I kind of used to describe it as a metaphysical contracted energy. It's not like a tension, like in the muscles or in the body or something. It's like it's in your eyelashes. You realize afterwards, it's like it was in my toenails, it was in everything. It's like, can you feel your eyelashes? Can you feel your toenails without wiggling them or blinking your eyes? No, you can't. The me can't get a sense of.
Sometimes you can't feel your nose unless somebody grabs it. And if we live our lives, especially our spiritual life, in a way where we're trying to avoid anybody ever grabbing our nose, well, then that's not a true spiritual life. That's an avoidant personality disorder, which is exactly what both of these shucksters have.
Of itself as this contractedness until it melts away. And that's got nothing to do with a me, whether that melts away or not, or what a me does, of course, because there's nothing the apparent me or the illusion of the me can do it, because of course it's not there.
Yeah, right, right.
Which of course realize. But whilst there is that
3 fundamental practices: absolute emptiness, absolute practicality. It's just like, can you say, right, this is for a Sammasambuddha. So for a Sammasambuddha, if you tied up a Sammasambuddha, if you tied up a fully enlightened being, and you started torturing them and cutting off their fingers and their toes and which I hope never happens to any of us, right? They would not, their view would still be the same. If you gave these guys a little bit of a tickle, their view would totally shift. If you slapped them in their face, they'd be confused or angry, whatever, without speaking. Even to point it out is ridiculous, because of course that's the case for these people. So there's absolute emptiness, there's absolute practicality, and then there's the equalness of those. That absolute practicality is equal to absolute emptiness. That's why we can't just go around fighting with spiritual teachers saying they're absolutely right or they're absolutely wrong. Because they're both and neither. Maybe you don't know. Maybe there's no you to know. So that's something we keep in mind as we're doing this kind of cult awareness program here, which is what we're doing. It's absolutely empty, first of all. It's absolutely practical, as much as it is absolutely true and practical. It depends on your mind and what you resonate with. And then it's absolutely equal. So then when your mind says, I'm right, that's equal to emptiness. When your mind says, I'm wrong, that's equal to emptiness. And it's not about an interplay of personal egos. It's like, well, okay, now I agree with this Rob guy. Well, okay, what's that doing for me? What's that doing for you? That's your business. And the intention in the work here is that we're creating a collaborative, we're creating a collective, creating a sangha, where we can actually support each other materially, mentally, all these different ways, spiritually, to go further on the path together. It's not just some little philosophical LARP, some philosophical game, some word game.
apparent experience of still feeling like a me, which apparently happens.
So we're going to leave that here. If you enjoyed this video, if you have some questions, some comments, if you'd like to come and be a part of our non-duality roundtable, please leave a comment down below. Don't forget to leave a like if you like it and leave a dislike if you don't like it. I'm Dr. Rob. I spent 8 years as a Buddhist monk, and now I do this work exposing online cults and fake non-duality teachers such as Alexis Non-Duality and their friend here. So thank you for stopping by, and good luck on your path. All right, so we're going to post that. We're going to make a video out of that. And does anybody want to volunteer to make a video out of that one? We have any volunteers?
I can do it.
Okay, how are you going to download the video? How are you going to get that source material? That 1080p source material? YouTube Ripper?
It's pretty easy, yeah. I can get any of your videos. I just want to say hi to Kenneth real quick. He's a fellow mod in your channel, and I haven't actually seen him. So good to see you there, mister. I see you. Hi. Yeah, you're a good mod too. So good to lay eyes on you. If Kenneth can do it, he's got it, or I can do it. Either one. It's up to you.
Well, we just need a couple things. We need to find out the highest quality rip The best thing to do would be if I was recording this locally, right through my OBS. That's the best, but life isn't like that, okay, everybody? So we're going to have to accept that. So we need to get the best, highest quality recording of from when, you know, a starting point and an ending point. But another big thing is a beginning card and an end card. And actually, the best thing to do, I know this is a lot to take in, but if we could get little clips, or, you know, we want to have an intriguing beginning card, intro card, and then a intrigue, you know, something to say goodbye, something with an ending. You know, like a bell can be mysterious, like a bell. It could also have clips from what we went through. And so I only need that raw materials. You know, so if you want to put it together, that's great. But as long as we get the raw materials together, then I can take care of the rest. But beginning card, that content slice, and then the end card. And if you wanted to go into it, you could also chop it up. You know, you have your editor's choice to chop up some of it, cut out little parts that maybe can be chopped out. Because this is some content that people have really been asking for and saying, you know, that I'm in a unique position to do this content, and I want to do it more. But in terms of uploading it, we need help. We need support.
I can do it. Like, what does the intro card, as in like a hook or
Well,
something?
Prem might be able to do this. Prem's done it before.
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay, so Prem, you can upload, you can make the beginning card and the exit card, and then clip, and then Chanath, you can just share the clip of the video to the highest quality. You can do your research. How can I get the highest quality? You know, sometimes it's difficult, all the advertising we have to go through to get the real tool, but
I can do it with YTPTL, I think.
is that the best one?
Yeah.
I agree. It really
Okay.
is, and I use
All right.
them all the time too.
So everybody here's in the WhatsApp group, right? For the Sangha collabs. You're in there, Prem, right?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in there.
So what it can be a Google Drive file or whatever, but we can just post those on the WhatsApp group, and then I'll edit it on my computer and I'll upload it there.
That's a perfect division of labor because I'm still working on the website and mailing list too. So if you guys take that, I'll keep doing my little chore.
And then thumbnails as well. Thumbnails you can do really, really well with ChatGPT, and just you know, you get a picture of me and a picture of them, and then, you know, use your creativity, and it looks very realistic and great. So we can also do thumbnails. We can get up to 3 thumbnails and titles. So thumbnail and titles is another thing that we can offer. We can use for offering.
Hey Shelly, I see you back there cooking some food. I just want you to know I'm about to go eat my SpaghettiOs and meatballs. And I see you back there cooking some food. Oh my God. It looks delicious too.
Hung and Shelly back there
Somebody's
hard
cooking
at work.
something. I see a lot of food piles
There's a
up
lot of
there.
things going on behind the scenes here, and there's a lot more that's going to be going on behind the scenes in the near future.
Right. I love you. I love y'all. Say hi to Hong for me.
She can hear you.
Trying to think
Well,
of somebody.
if they can hear me so easy, then I want to know where my cooking show is. When do we get the cooking video, Dr. Rob?
The kitchen's a little bit small for our cooking video.
Yeah, but I'm very shy. I cannot talk with speaking English.
Yeah, probably.
Right,
not.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
It's okay. I was just thinking about like anybody that would be willing to even come on and have a conversation that's in this scene. I think that would be a good video right there, just to watch that whole unfolding happen.
Well, the problem in a lot of this is that they're not in a position to speak, really.
Yeah.
If they're really in this scene, a part of that work is their language model, and so they're not allowed to go outside of that language model. And sometimes it's true to higher or lower degrees. Like I think Jim Newman would, as far as I know, he'd put up a fight with me, put up a fight with everybody here, probably kick all your guys' asses, and maybe kick my ass too, because he's doing his own thing. But so it's not always black and white. But I've done my best to share with Jim and to get people. I mean, you can listen as well. You can listen to Jim's interview with Sam Harris, for example. That's a pretty interesting dialogue to listen to, their interview.
Well, one of the things that I've noticed about these teachers of all different stripes on YouTube is the more authentic and legitimate they are, the more times I seem to see them appearing on other people's shows. Like they really make the rounds. They're good people. They're happy people. They've got something to teach, and everybody wants them on their show, and they go on everybody's show. And they're really comfortable with that exposure and that vulnerability. Whereas these people, I don't think any of us could ever get them to come on our YouTube channels ever. And I think that speaks volumes, really, to be honest with you, is that just the accessibility and the vulnerability.
And the problem with it all is that the masses take this as true dharma. And then it just creates a wave of suffering people that think they are practicing or understand or enlightened, but really they're not even close to that point.
And you know what the antidote is to that, Prem? Is we need to expose people to stuff like the Walk for Peace. Those 19 monks showed not only all of America, but all of the world what it really means to be a Buddhist. And I've never been prouder to be a Buddhist than when they took the stage in the National Cathedral. 400 monks answered the call and came out to the cathedral, religious leaders from every faith, every religion represented. And that and just listen to Venerable Panakara and how humble he is and how real his teachings are. You know what I mean? He's like, all you've got to do is walk for peace, man. Just and his teachings were so right on the money. And I mean, I think he did more to teach people Buddhism by walking across America than all the teachers in America combined, really, to be honest with you. And that's the antidote to that. America is seeing real Buddhism, and it's there and it's in their face, and we need it's our I think it's our responsibility, and that's why I love the work that Dr. Rob does, is to highlight the difference. Okay, real Buddhist, not so real Buddhist, and take it from there. And Panakara never asked for a dime. He doesn't have his own YouTube channel. He's not some big superstar. Well, I guess he is kind of now by against his will, but and I mean, and he had a dog. I'm sorry, but every monk that has a dog, man, is a winner in my book, man. I mean, he has a Loka. That was amazing. That's real Buddhism. And he didn't have to go on these long diatribes. He didn't have to spend an hour on YouTube explaining his philosophy. He just smiled and walked with his dog across America. And I
Well,
think
Westerners like that high philosophy because they're like, this is a highly it's, to even say this kind of feels weird to me because I don't really think that, at least in America, that there's like a lot of highly intellectual people, to be honest. But from the Western scientific standpoint, we have a very intellectual view. So there's a resonance with this really high intellectual view from this radical non-duality stuff. And so when you start bringing in all of these different aspects of religion, or you start talking about the Buddha and all these things, or Jesus, or whatever it may be, there's wisdom behind those things that they don't understand. They don't understand the spiritual science of devotion or service or practical experience.
Well, this is the important part. This is the important part. That's why we need to be careful that we're taking notes, we're writing things down, because most people aren't going to keep up with it. That's why we have to volunteer. We have to find these volunteering points, because the more empty of self, it's kind of funny how this works. The more empty of self you become, the more congruency of self thought and self narrative that is actually established in you. So it's a kind of hyper intelligence that we're developing by practicing together like this. But when we're just sitting around and we're talking about it, this can be very self-referential, and it actually facilitates this continuity of incongruity when it comes to our thought. So we have to find, that's why I always tell people in the channel, look, I don't care if you're watching, I don't care if you like it, that doesn't mean anything to me. Making a video like that so some of these non-duality cult members can maybe get out of their box, that's great. But being here, right, it's being a donor, it's being a volunteer, it's being a meditator, it's being someone who has established that wisdom, and is now enabling and realizing that wisdom. You can't rely on your stream of thought as being congruous when it has self-reference in it, which is what you were talking about, Prem. So that's why it's so important. This is not entertainment. This is not for free. And that's something everybody needs to consider in the live stream. This live stream is not for free. Some of my fans, they love that one. They never heard that one before. This live stream is not for free. And so you, as a person who's watching, I don't care how much you like it. I don't care how much time you're sitting in your lazy boy chair, smiling and giggling and doing whatever you happen to be doing, watching this. I don't want nothing to do, and I certainly don't want you to be impacting our community. Right, you're a dangerous person. If you were here, Reverend Chris was asking about the the cane corsos. The cane corsos are getting sicked on you. The Dharma protectors are getting sicked on you, because we're not going to have people like that coming in and polluting the space with their firstly their incongruent self that's very problematic and confusing. But secondly, these people that are just these tag-alongs that don't bring anything here but their ego and think that they're doing people a favor by being there. It's like a big-tittied, big-breasted, hot young lady that thinks she's helping out the meditation center by wearing a bikini. Right? That's not how it works. And so you have also these middle-aged men and these strange people that think they're helping out the community by farting and burping and eating and sleeping, and they're we're so lucky to have them here. But that's the nature of self. So we have to create these volunteering opportunities, right? And then we have to follow through with them. We have to create these donation opportunities, and then we have to follow through with them. And we have to collaborate with one another to do that. The same with creating these meditation opportunities. Instead of focusing on this guided meditation or this meditation retreat, how can your practice, give other people an opportunity to practice? So it's like that live stream I did the other day. It was a 3-hour live stream, and it said, battling with severe mental health issues, and I like Buddhism. Well, I meditated for like 2 hours straight in that live stream. I didn't say anything. So it's you can't just use the label of the Dharma or the label of what's going on. We have to put our hearts and our bodies and our minds to work. And the reason that meditation is one of the highest good deeds is because you can meditate anywhere and everywhere. You can practice deeply anywhere and everywhere, so you can do good deeds anywhere. That's why we give space for monks or nuns or yogis, and we support them, because they can do good deeds limitlessly, more and more, wherever they happen to be. So that's why we support them, not because they're going to build a house for us or something like that.
In my book, I emphasize it over and over again. I've gotten so much criticism for it, but I know Dr. Rob will back me. 5 minutes a day, guys. If you can meditate, truly meditate, concentrated meditation, even just 5 minutes a day, but you've got to do it every day. It is so much better to do 5 minutes a day than to do 50 minutes once a week. Okay? It's like sleep. You need sleep every 24 hours. You need to sleep. Your brain needs it. Your brain readjusts its chemistry and readjusts all kind of stuff about itself while you're sleeping. It's very important, right? Meditation the same way. They've done scientific studies, and those are in my book too. The studies are actually in my book, where you can see how scientists have proven that your brain changes even just from a few minutes of meditation. But you have to do it every day. It's not so important how much time you spend doing it. Just try to do it 5 minutes every day. If you can do that much, I'm telling you, within a few months, you'll want to do more. You want to put more of yourself into this. But try it. Try what Buddha said for just 5 minutes a day. That's my advice.
It doesn't matter what you think. Be a good person. Do more good deeds. Not the way that you think about how you're a good person, but your actions of generosity. If you don't think meditation is good, well, that's okay. I do. But be more kind. Be more patient. Be more resonant with your deeper heart. Don't be this kind of Jabba the Hutt character going around and just engorging your ego at every turn. There's no position, there's no place for that in the world. There's so much suffering in this world. There's so many dangers in this world. And if the only message that I can share with people is to encourage you to think more about what it means to be truly good and truly generous and truly helpful for you, then do that. You know, but you thinking that that has something to do with me, then you're not listening. You know, I do my best to make sure that my house doesn't have so much to do with me. I keep my head down. I keep my mind down. Try not to create too many messes. Try to clean up. Try to help out with joy, with happiness. And try to open up this space for more people so that my home, that my surroundings, my economic situation can be even less about me and more for others. You know, that's the work. You don't like that? You don't think I'm a good person to do those things? Well, you know, what does that say about you spending all this time at my house? And I'm giving these questions for you. I don't care. I'm not interested in your answer or what you think. You know what I mean? It's like Cooper the dog that says, my generosity is reserved for those who deserve it. Yeah, but what does that say about you? Writing that in a YouTube live stream. It's not my job to go around psychoanalyzing people. If you do good, you get good. Do more for others.
I have a question. If all the mods are here in Zoom or in your apartment, then who's watching your channel? You probably are getting flooded by trolls right now over there.
Announcement for Prem Seva. Prem Seva, why don't you leave a comment in the chat somewhere? Let's bring you up. Let's elevate you to a moderator position, Prem Seva.
A very good choice. Welcome to the cadre, Prem. You are now a troll soldier. Yeah. Just keep shining that band hammer up every day. Polish it up. Get it ready. It's so much fun. You're gonna love it. And don't worry about killing the algorithm. Trolls are an unlimited resource, man. For every one you kill, 10 more are gonna come back right into the channel again. So Kenneth, you have to be one of the most stoic and calm guys in the whole crew, really.
I'm not.
You are
I'm pretty
giving off such
anxious.
a great vibe. I'm not criticizing. You're giving off such a good vibe right now that I just had to make a comment.
development. This is our friend Daiwai. He shaved his head. Let's take a look at this. He didn't shave his head, but he cut his hair.
Like I was saying before, we can look around us and see that every being, many beings, are sort of on a mission. The ant, the birds, the mouse, all these missions. So the mind is puppeteering our mood, our actions. So what is your state of consciousness? What is your mission? Are you also
Hey, Doc Rob, if you can hear me,
grabbing
I'm really
beetles and
curious what
feeding
you
them
think
to
about
little
this guy. I've
babies?
watched a lot of his videos, and I'm kind of on the fence, man. I'd love to hear your opinion, a full breakdown
What are you
of
doing?
this cat.
There's a lot of experience. I was thinking about them. I was watching. I was thinking for Prem, this is a really good investigation point for you, Prem. This teacher. He's just spent too much time alone. He hasn't spent enough time with masters to get more information and more deeper principles and practices. But I think he's quite advanced and he's quite good. But that's why I'm playing it, to listen and kind of see what's on the table here. This is just from 3 hours ago, and it's entitled Dzogchen Talk by Lama Daiwai Gocha. So that's why I want to listen to this.
Where's your mind at? What's your body doing? What kind of state of consciousness are you in? Or has your mind reached outside of the body, outside of the thoughts? The thought is the puppet master. What we're thinking about dictates the mood, the state of consciousness. These can be fine, but I think they're better from awareness. Then thoughts have to come from awareness, and then the body is following that, and there's a flow. So in short sessions, or if you're getting used to this, you release the thought that's causing you to be in a mood. And then the residual energy is still there, the mood, but it's no longer being perpetuated. You see? So once we release what's in our head, the thought, then there's still the feelings in the body. Very simple. We have to turn awareness in and look at our mind. Look what the mind is doing. One of the most beautiful things is that I can turn and just leave this without even focusing on anything, thinking about anything. I can just leave my mood, my body, my
So this is an interesting point. So any sword is going to have two edges. Even if there's an internal edge and an external edge, there's going to be two edges to any sword. Just like two points of a pen or a pencil have each other, no matter how much you cut it up. So, one point here is that if you can, he said, one of the most enjoyable things is that I can just leave this. Well, if that was the case, then he'd probably be doing that instead of saying that. And you wouldn't necessarily need to say that to share about that. But it's also one of the things that a teacher can do is that self-exposition to create a connection point or sharing for the people listening. But this is more of an Asian thing. This doesn't really apply to Westerners. And so that's what I was saying. This guy doesn't have enough real-term, real-time experience with the meditation masters and these people to because he's been on Facebook so many times just begging for food and stuff. You can see he's a good-looking guy. He certainly shouldn't. He knows how to do meditation. He's got a lot of knowledge. He certainly shouldn't be begging for plastic boxes of food. But he has a lot of dogs too, and so it's never one thing or the other. Like I could say, if he's saying that, why would he be saying that? If he could just do that, then he would just do that. And so that's why I think there's some disassociation there. But as well, like sometimes Sayadaw, he talks about, his position, his experience. He can detach from food. He can detach from this and that. But this as well is a Dzogchen talk. So why would he be talking about an experience that he can have, a meditation level experience that he can have? But there's all kinds of different elements. But he's got a lot of dogs. He's got a lot of dogs, and he begs on Facebook for a couple bucks for dogs. But he loves dogs, and he's cut off his beard, so it's a new development.
I know that's all new. He looks completely different, actually. I don't know. Some of the talks he's given on I can't pronounce it because I don't have any teeth, but Dzogchen have really opened that up to me. I mean, he's really made some of these higher Tibetan concepts very accessible to me, and I appreciate that part of his teaching. But maybe it's just a style thing or whatever, but he comes across as out of it. I don't know. Not in a good way.
He is kind of out of it. Yeah, he is kind of out of it. And because it's one of these things where it's when you make less mistakes. You have less waste. So like when you were talking about the Lama Choga situation with you, that's a sign of his lack of development. Because if he was that farther along, and you talked about how he said we're going to do a meditation center out there, and then he sent you $2,000, and then he kind of put you on a wall and all these different things. The further along that you get on the path, the more you might present in all kinds of different ways, but your subtle actions, your subtle works with people and places, you don't want to waste any energy. So usually you don't say things, especially to somebody, especially in something like that, unless you really mean it. So I've had times when this DIY guy has reached out and said, some untoward things to me because he's going through a dark night or whatever. So those dark nights become less and less. The more that we deepen. And even as a monk, I had some of those dark nights and difficult situations that I lost a lot of profit because of that. I lost a lot of students because of that, because I didn't appear in a way that was suitable for them at that time.
Actually, as one of the people who watched you throughout your entire career when you were a monk, because that's actually what inspired me, was you were a monk on YouTube, and I wanted to become a monk, and I loved doing YouTube. Literally, that was that simple, was my connection. And I watched, I think, every single video you put out I had to have been at least 2 years while you were a monk. Not the entire career, but definitely the last 2 years. And I saw the stream where you disrobed and was very moved by it. So I don't know. I mean, we've all changed and we've all come a long way. So it was very interesting. But for those out there in, especially in Dr. Rob's YouTube channel, who either don't believe he was a monk or don't take account of it, or whatever, he was a monk. He was a very good monk. He's a good man now, and still a good man now. That's that. I mean, in Buddhism, there's no shame to changing our states. This isn't Catholicism. We don't swear a vow for life. So we can do that, and he can do that. And I think Dr. Rob's experience as a monk, I saw the YouTube videos. It was a profound experience in his life. It was a life-changing experience that he has a right to be proud of, and to boast about online. Not many people could survive. Not many people could survive an experience like that.
So we just got big news here that Seattle is going to come and bless our small hermitage here in Ho Chi Minh. So he'll be coming tomorrow on his way out, on his way to the airport, and hopefully we'll be live streaming the whole thing. We'll have the whole live stream and everything open, so we'll have an opportunity. It's going to be really good to have him give a blessing.
Can you give us some time, even a rough time of when you might be doing something like that?
There's no way to know, but we're going to have to stay home. We're going to have to stay tuned. Should be around this time or before. Yeah, should be like 2 hours before, so during our session today.
This is a good time. If it's evening my time, then I can watch. That's great. That's such great news, Dr. Rob. I'm so excited. So excited.
Yeah, because there's, there are some dynamics about, even though we have some awakening or we get some insight, that's just the beginning of the path. And if you were in that path surrounded by Sotapannas, Sakyagamis, Anagamis, Arhats, around all these Buddhist monks and stuff, well, you're good to go. No problem, right? No skin off your back. But if you're in this modern situation, maybe you did get insight. Maybe you are a Sotapanna or stream enter or something like that. But you're getting caught up in all these different things that, make your practice untenable. You may experience, you may understand the emptiness of the self, but now all of these other things, kind of tricks are coming up to convince you of this or that, and are not Dhammic and not connected with the Dharma.
This has been one of the coolest streams you've ever done, Dr. Rob, just saying. All you mofos out there in his chat better be liking and subscribing like crazy.
And we, if you really want to go further on this path as well, it's sacrifice. It's a deep, sad sacrifice. So I'd probably be much better off if I just, got a ticket and joined my teacher to America and joined in that 1 month meditation retreat. So we have to accept that kind of, dynamic, that reality, because that's how you're going to get real success in your meditation as well. You just give up and you go. Doesn't matter what your plans are, doesn't matter what your positions are, doesn't matter what your situations are, you get up and go. And that's reality. That's actually in line with the emptiness of the self. And if we can accept that now, then maybe eventually we'll be able to apply that and experience that in our meditation or in our practice life, But a lot of people, it just doesn't bear to speak about. You can try to help them, but it's very difficult to not get entangled with them when you're trying to help them, because their point and their mission is to just get you entangled. So how much are they actually reached by you willfully going into entanglement to try and help them? I have no idea. And the most simple, basic things are just not acceptable for those people. Like, it would be just the same as if somebody had come into my house and are acting negatively or strangely or whatever, and I said, hey, look, I respect how you're acting. You can act the way you want to act, but look, this is my house. And they would not accept that as a fair principle or a truth. So that's the kind of situation that you're in. And so then all you can really do is you could fight them or you can detach.
Yeah.
And detachment is
And
a lot easier.
That's how it is in householder life, exactly like that. Because every single person that you're interacting with in the world, whether it's at your job or your family or your wife or whoever it may be, they're constantly doing exactly that, reinforcing that model basically reinforcing that model again and again and again, and you either fight it or, like you said, you detach. Yep. That really determines like your practice as like a lay practitioner, is how easily you can detach, I guess. But is it like that as a monk too? Did you feel like there was a lot of situations where like novices or anything like that would try to bring you into that model, or is it more or less like you kind of, how does that look?
It looks like no idealism. It looks like no idealism at all. That's the way that it looks. Whatever idealism you have is this, and that goes into non-duality. Is non-duality is a form of idealism actually, and it's just like with Stoicism. Stoicism seems like a great ideal, but how many Stoic masters are out there? How many Stoic temples or meditation centers are out there? Most people need a living teacher, and they need to spend time with that teacher. They need to have a direct connection with that teacher, a practice point connection. But this is a real master. This is the real master. This is a whole nother level here. And I highly recommend everybody, I recommend you get on the Master Yonghua train, because this is one of the best in the business, especially for us as Americans. And look at this. I mean, I'd like to share this with everybody, because this is really, I think this is very dynamic.
We respectfully request the Sangha of great virtues,
for the sake of this assembly and all living beings, please turn the wonderful Dharma wheel to teach and guide us how to end birth and death, leave suffering and attain bliss, and really realize non-birth.
Cung thính đại đức tặng thính vị thứ pháp hồi cấp nhớ thiết chúng sanh thính chuyên diệu pháp luân giao đạo ngã mùng như há liêu sanh thoát tư di ly cu đà la tô chuyên ngũ sanh. Homage to the blessed, noble, and perfectly enlightened one. Namo Sadanto Suchedo Ye Olahudi San Miao San Putos Ye.
Namo So San Do To Suke Do Ye Lahide Se San Miao San
Namo
Putos Ye.
Kakatha Toya Daya Alahade Tam Miao Tambo Datoa. The unsurpassed, profound, subtle, and wonderful Dharma in 100,000 million eons is difficult to encounter. Now that I am able to see and hear, I will receive and maintain it. I vow to fathom the thus come one's true and actual doctrines. Wu Shang Shen Shen Wei Miao Fa Bai Quan Wan Jie Nan Zhao Yu Wo Jin Jian Wen De Shou Qi Yuan Jie Ru Lai Zhen Shi. O Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Great Master Ching Yang, Great Master Shin Hua, all good monks and nuns, and all good known advisors, Amitofo.
Amitofo.
诸佛菩萨、精良大士、师父、上人、各位出家人、各位善知识，阿弥陀佛。
Amitofo.
Chư Phật Bồ Tát, kính thưa Thanh Lương Đại sư, Từ Thiện Hoa, quý thầy cô và các vị thiện tri thức A Di Đà Phật.
A Di Đà Phật.
Hello everyone, today is the 21st of June 2026. Thank you for joining our discussion of the Avatamsaka Sutra. We're on chapter 1, slide 757. Thank you all for joining us. I'm glad to be here. I've been away for about 2 months now. I came back and actually you've been cultivating for a day and a half now, a day or so, 24 hours or so. And the energy is pretty good. Yeah, good concentration here. I'm very pleased. All right, we are discussing the celestial kings. These are the world rulers in our world. And the different sections. These are the Garuda kings, celestial kings. Garudas are the golden winged pung bird, and they are extremely powerful. They have tremendous spiritual penetrations, and then they are the Dharma protectors for Mahayana. Of Buddhism in general, but in particular Mahayana, because the Dharma protection is proportional to the Dharma being transmitted. Okay, so low-level Dharma would require low-level protection. they're protecting the people who practice there. And so that's why the protection are necessary for those of us who practice more advanced dharmas in particular. Go for it says a question, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry, that was a mistake.
A mistake? Okay, no problem. All right, near the end of the golden wing pung bird. Let's go right into it. Garuda King, adroitly appearing everywhere, gained the passage into liberation of, realizing the indestructible power equanimity.
普结示现迦楼罗王，得成就不可坏平等力解脱门。
Very good. Thank you. So this is we're using an English version of the DRPA's translation. And here I like the translation using the word adroitly. It's kind of good. So here's... You can turn off the question sign from at Gold Forest. All right, this Garuda King here, his name is known as adroitly appearing everywhere. The Jie here is successfully, speedy, and so forth. So adroitly it captures all of that. And so he's well known by his peers and by his superiors. Okay, when you have this name here, is because usually these are almost like Buddhas already. They're very close to Buddhahood. So at that stage, the Buddha would usually give you a nickname, give you a name to help everyone else, help you peer, understand, and learn from you as well. All right, and so this is this Garuda King here is he's able to appear everywhere, in all places. Okay, so you can imagine the kind of spiritual penetration. He can fly all over the galaxy, and he appears everywhere. All right, and what he realizes is that. How did he become enlightened? How did he get to this level of enlightenment, if you will? So he says he became enlightened. He got this level of wisdom, because he realizes the indestructible power of impartiality. How do you say that? Impartiality, and so what it means is that in his mind, because he has great wisdom, he doesn't favor anyone. He treats everyone equally, whether this person is a different, this certain nationality or different kind of living beings. He treats them equally. Why is that? Because at his level, he's very close to Buddhahood. He's almost a Buddha now, so that's why he's able to look at everyone with equanimity. He has no longer have discrimination. He doesn't say, I favor Vietnamese, I favor Koreans, I favor Chinese, and so forth. I favor capitalism, I favor communism, whatever. everything to him is level equal. And this reminds me of my late teacher, Master Shinwa. That's why I observed him. He has this level of equanimity that, in particular to his students, where anything goes. And nothing bothers him at all. They messed up, he's still okay. They are a great individual, he's still okay. When I came in, I was pretty bad, a pretty sad case of humanity. And look at me and say, okay, so you want to leave the home life? Okay, you'll regret it later, but we all regret it later. But to him, it's okay. He built up his reputation, his dharma here, and later it's being mishandled. He doesn't bother him either. Okay, so to him, everything is okay. Why is that? Have you thought about it? How can that be called great wisdom if you build up your entire life, you build up this great Buddhist organization to see that his successor destroyed it? Okay, or anything that happens to him, it's okay. Everything is okay. How is it possible? How can you look at everyone equally? Men equal women, yeah. Black equals white. Is there some kind of delusion, some kind of something missing? Yes, one.
One. To me, first of all, he's not attached to anything. That's why everything is okay. Second of all, there's no discrimination. He just look at it as it is what it is because of the cause and effect. I'm not attached to what happens.
Exactly. Very good. It turns out, Master Shinwa says here, he says, identity in substance, 同体. Chinese is 同体. Identity in substance. Okay? Same substance. They are of the same substance. Okay? So, because we are of the same substance, we are all the same. We all have this Buddha nature in there. He doesn't see us, he no longer sees us as different, but he sees at a deeper level where he sees us as of the same exact substance. It's no more discrimination. No men versus women, no ethnicity, no rich, no poor. And it means that you are at peace. Nothing bothers you. It's a cool state, okay? It's a wonderful state. So it's based on identity in substance, 同体, okay? đồng thể, okay? What's Korean? 公thể, okay? 公thể, okay? 公thể. 通thể. There you go. 通通通, okay? And what about how come he the indestructible power equanimity? Did we? Well, where the heck are we? 768, right? No, 76 something. What was the slide number? Okay, And so, indestructible power, equanimity. So equanimity is you don't discriminate, you look at everything as equal, okay, as the same, as equal, but it has its power, and that power is indestructible. This is to remind you that at his level of wisdom, he has so much wisdom that arises from this indestructible power. Okay? It's their levels, but the important thing for you to understand that indestructible meaning that he cannot be messed with because he has indestructible power. It's not just equanimity, but it has indestructible power that arose from equanimity. And that's what I feel Master Shenhua is working on. Equanimity. Nothing bothers him. And when you get to that level where nothing bothers you, you don't move at all, whether you build up a huge institution called the RBA, and then this is incredible feat for after 30 years. Here in US, he built from zero to, I think by the time he died, his organization is worth $1 billion, which is 1999. Okay, I saw the numbers. Don't tell anyone. They're worth a lot more nowadays. But it's basically based on real estate investments. He bought land, he bought properties, he bought land, he bought properties. And it's so cool. So anyway, so he built that up. Now the money, after he died, money came in a lot more, and it's being wasted. Yeah. And it doesn't bother him. It's kind of cool. If he taught the Dharma, it's being warped, it's being distorted, it doesn't bother him. Okay? Yeah. So the point here is we don't understand it. Let me tell you, if you have equanimity and you work on equanimity, you have indestructible power. That's all you have to remember. Okay? That's a tip. You have to be there to know what it's about. Just remember, from our perspective, you want to have more and more power, be less discriminating. Gains and losses, don't be afflicted. Okay? Yeah. Doesn't mean you should rush out and invest in the stock market right away and if it gains, so good. I'm not affected. If it loses, I don't care either. I lose my shirt, it's okay. Garuda King, universally contemplating the oceans, gain a passage into liberation of thoroughly knowing the forms of life and manifesting for them accordingly.
普观海迦楼罗王得了知一切众生生而为现行解脱门。
Okay. I think there's a lot of explanation here. Okay. Again, this Garuda King, universally contemplating the oceans. What does he do? He contemplates oceans. What does it mean, contemplating oceans? Oceans means boundless for us. As far as we're concerned, we cannot keep track. It's so big, it's so vast, we don't know the bounds. That's what ocean invokes in our minds. Oceans, okay? And so he contemplates oceans. So all sorts of oceans, oceans of living beings, whatever he does, he looks at the vast boundlessness of everything, oceans of living beings. So he looks at ocean beings. He looks at afflictions. If one person, one group of living beings would have boundless afflictions, he looks at them as well. So he looks deeper, deeper, and deeper, and deeper. Okay, so you have oceans to the power of oceans. Okay, so as you can imagine, if you sit there, you contemplate, you sit there like you meditate right now, you're in Chanchi, you meditate, how many oceans do you think you can contemplate? He contemplates oceans after oceans after oceans. That's how fast his mind is. You cannot believe it, do you? You say, really? Really? Can someone be that fast? Absolutely. Do you know how this Avatamsaka Sutra was brought back to us? Because Dragon Tree Bodhisattva, he went down to the Dragon King's palace in the Great Ocean, and he read the Avatamsaka Sutra, and he read 3 sections. The 3 sections here, he read them all, which is, this sutra is boundless, like a great ocean. He read it, okay? And he brought back the one version only. He memorized it and brought back one version, the shortest version. Okay? All right. And so how can a bodhisattva possibly memorize oceans of verses? And it baffled me when I heard about the Avatamsaka Sutra and hearing that the Dragon Tree Bodhisattva, who is a 4th ground Bodhisattva, he went downstairs to the Dragon King's palace, which is at the bottom of the great ocean, okay? And he memorized the Avatamsaka Sutra. And I said, I met a lot of fourth ground people and higher. I said, don't see them memorizing oceans of verses. Do you? It's possible because the Buddha helped him. So just remember that. All you are cultivating, you cultivate, and when the opportunities present themselves, don't worry, you are not alone. If you meant to do something important, something big for the Dharma, for a living being, for the Buddha, you get help. Okay? But the range here is he contemplates oceans after oceans, meaning that he's able to contemplate so many things so fast, as if they're oceans of them. It's so cool. We just talk about stock market. You can count your money, your profits, but you cannot count your profits are not in the form of oceans. Okay? Yeah, that's how rich these people are. These great Mahasattvas are. And he also said, Master Shua says, the oceans of living beings, karmas, meaning that what they do, it's like he's watching. If you're watching movies, TVs, so this is officially when you cultivate and you can watch the karmas, meaning you can watch what they do. This is much better than watching a movie because it's real. Okay, he watches them and says, "Oh, that's what happened. Oh, this life. This is what this guy did. Prior life, he was a girl, and so forth, and so forth. And he did this. That's why he became a guy now, and so forth. And before that, he's actually, and so forth. So you watch all these, like you watch these wonderful reality movies. Okay." So that's why we're asking you to give up watching TV right now. But eventually you can be like him. You can be watching TV and it helps you open your wisdom. Like it? Huh? who says cultivation is boring. It's a lot of fun, kid. Okay, a lot more fun than people realize. Okay, otherwise, think about it. You do all this, and in the end, you take a loss. It's got to be a stupid thing. Buddha Dharma must be the most stupid thing to ask you to take losses. When you ask you to take losses temporarily for a much bigger gains. Huh? Sounds good? Okay. And then he contemplates oceans. So everything he contemplates is like oceans of them. Ocean living beings, oceans of karmas, oceans of afflictions, oceans of wonderful things that happen to them, oceans of bad things that happen to them, and so forth. Okay? And when he watches that, then what does he do? He thoroughly knowing the forms of life and manifests for them accordingly. So cut it short. The forms of life, meaning that he knows all kinds of living beings. He can observe all kinds of living beings, all types of living beings, thoroughly. Okay? So, okay, as you can imagine, it's not like you're watching a nature program on PBS about birds or about elephants. He watches all forms of life. The case in point here, folks, is that when they get this level, they need to contemplate those forms of life. They don't just say, I have wisdom, therefore you are you, I am me. We are separate. Now he begins to find out more about you, about each and every one of us. What for? So that he can figure out a way to manifest in front of us. Listen carefully. He manifests in front of us, okay? And Master Shenhua explains it. They like to explain it as if this is what the sutra says, if you are a human being, he manifests a human being to talk to you. Okay? Could be you riding a bus. No, we don't ride buses in California. Okay. But suppose you ride a bus in Europe, okay? You American, you ride a bus in Europe. All of a sudden, there's someone who says hello and talks to you in English. Okay?